Chapter 9:16. The last layer of the small world had a total of 81 palaces. Now, Yi Fan and the others stood on the ridge of the building and could overlook the entire place. Haze and multicolored lights swirled about, and the temples were grand and overflowing with light and color. If I had a choice, I would rather not leave Taishan, where I was born and raised, and not step into the world of cultivation. I would rather be a simple and happy musical attendant and wander around the small bridge and the flowing water, Hua Yunfei muttered to himself softly. He was in a trance. Walk your own path. Everything is your choice. There is no need to pretend before a life and death battle. Yi Fan formed the true dragon seal and attacked. A true dragon leapt out from the tip of his finger. Its green scales flickered, its body powerful and powerful. There were powerful fluctuations of life within its eyes. Its eyes were full of spirit, glistening brilliantly. When the dragon cry sounded, the winds and clouds scattered, the 9 heavens rumbling. If I don't have a choice in life, how sad would that be? I can only passively walk forward. Hua Yunfei was disappointed and frustrated. However, he quickly calmed down and made his move. 5-colored divine light rushed out from the tip of his finger. His 5 fingers suppressed the heavens and earth. The battle between the two began. Divine radiance surged, strand by strand, streak by streak, surging in all directions. Great killing techniques rose together, clouds rising and multicolored light shooting out, immortal light brilliant. Hua Yunfei's offense and defense were very perfect. There were no flaws at all. This was the secret art of Great Emperor Ruthless. He was the most outstanding great emperor since the ancient times. He wanted to use his own strength and talent to look down on all the past and present. He wanted to go against the crystallization of the wisdom of all the predecessors of Taoism, the 9 secrets. Of course, there were also people who said that each of the 9 secrets was created by a celestial being of Taoism. Their realms were unfathomable, and it was said that they were ancient people who had passed away long ago. Meanwhile, the ruthless person only had herself. She opposed them with equal harshness, creating 9 related secret techniques. She wanted to compete with the entire Taoist sect alone. Her secret arts were used to fight against each of the 9 secrets. Some people speculated that she had encountered 9 world-shaking masters who had practiced the 9 secrets and had been greatly inspired. There were also people who said that she had created her own unique 9 secret arts because she had fought against 9 peerless and invincible experts from the 9 ancient stars alone. Fairy Ascension Force. This was an unparalleled attack. It was a peerless secret technique created by Ruthless the Great to counter the fighting formula. No one knew what kind of opponent she had encountered to create this technique. Yi Fan used the pure Taoist Do secret word to resist. With a wave of his hands, a majestic saint furnace appeared. Scarlet multicolored light curled around the eternal universe furnace, its brilliance reaching tens of thousands of feet as it suppressed downwards. 10,000 transformations sacred art. Break all laws. Hua Yunfei shouted loudly. Ripples appeared on his left hand, melting time and destroying space. They surrounded the entire furnace, wanting to swallow it up. Boom! An ancient mirror appeared in Yi Fan's right hand. It transformed into the Void Emperor mirror and shone with an immortal divine radiance. It locked Hua Yunfei's entire left arm in place. At the same time, the eternal universe furnace in his right hand also rushed into the heavens with scarlet multicolored light. Immortal flames flourished, roiling and boiling, smashing downwards. There was extreme divine might flickering about. Bang! Both of them trembled violently as blood splashed everywhere. It was unknown whose blood it was. They turned into 2 illusory figures and began a world-shocking battle. They were incomparably brave and courageous as they pressed forward. This was a battle to decide life and death. They did not hold anything back and attacked with all their strength. Even if their eyes were not red from killing, they were close to it. The Fairy Ascension Art, 10,000 Transformations Sacred Art, Fighting Formula, Army Formula, and other peerless secret techniques complemented each other as they fought with true fire. The 2 of them flew past palace hall after palace hall, turning into 2 rays of light that tangled together. The battle reached its climax. Hua Yunfei carried a divine diagram on his back that fluttered in the wind. Dragon Sealing Diagram. This was a treasure he had found in a dragon cave in the Qinling Mountains of the Central Province. It was a relic of the 3rd-generation Yuan Taoist master, who had left for the Central Province. It could seal the dragon qi of the mountains, rivers and veins, making it impossible for anyone to draw it out. An ominous event happened to the third-generation Yuan Taoist master in his later years. He hid in the Qinling Mountains and died in the Dragon Cave. 70,000 years later, his corpse came out to create chaos and was destroyed by a strand of the Azure Thearka's killing intent. It was not that he was not strong enough. It was because the ancient emperors were too terrifying. Otherwise, it would be hard for anyone in the world to deal with him. Naturally, the treasure diagram he refined was incomparably mysterious. The dragon chi of the earth was sealed. Yi Fan's origin heaven rune channel could not be used effectively. This destroyed his advantage. The two of them moved like rabbits and swooped down like falcons. They fought intensely and entered the ancient temple from the top of the palace hall. Time was pressing. Yi Fan did not want to waste too much time. He had to find the scripture depository before the others. Otherwise, if the secret of his star-traversing star domain was known by others, he would be in big trouble. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Heaven and earth were split apart. Primal chaos surged and 6 ancient universes appeared. The sun, moon, and stars rotated. His pair of golden fists shattered the vacuum and destroyed everything in their way. PFFF. Hua Yunfei spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing his blue clothes red. However, the battle intent in his eyes grew even more intense. The divine chains of order around his body rang and transformed into the divine wings of a phoenix. They slashed out horizontally and vertically, emitting boundless radiance. This was a dangerous battle. Hua Yunfei was no longer the same as before. Back then, he was already able to contend against Yi Fan. Now, he had devoured all kinds of origin energy, and even dug out the great tomb of a saint. He was even more terrifying now. Fortunately, the heaven-devouring demonic art was too profound. He had only grasped 3 or 4 of the forbidden secret arts on the last page. It was so difficult that he could not display them one by one. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even so, it was already extremely terrifying. Many living fossils felt their hearts palpitating. This was also the reason why the world was panic-stricken when the inheritor of the vicious appeared. He was simply too unrivaled. They slaughtered their way from one palace hall to another. They fought until the sky turned dark and the sun and moon lost their radiance. All kinds of immortal light and divine clouds surged, shaking the entire small world. Even the ancient cave that led to the depths of the #1 ancestral vein in the central prefecture was cracking and emitting a demonic radiance. It rumbled unceasingly as strands of Dao light rushed out. Pang! Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of golden blood. The power of the flying deity was one of the few secret arts that could harm him. It was rumored that when the vicious used it, he was a true flying deity that had long surpassed the scope of human strength. It was not something that a human could resist. Some people guessed that it was used to kill deities. Pooh! Hua Yunfei's injuries were even more severe. He was sent flying by Yi Fan's palm that was like a golden millstone. Even though it was just a graze, the bones in his body crackled. More than 10 of them were broken, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He was originally a graceful and otherworldly person. He rarely suffered such injuries, especially during these 12 years. Whenever the inheritor of the vicious was mentioned, the world's expression would change. Now that he was facing Yi Fan again, he suffered greatly. Yi Fan, your road ahead is not going to be easy. Someone has been eyeing you for a long time. Hua Yunfei was laughing, but it was somewhat miserable. Fresh blood flowed out of his mouth, giving people a strange feeling. Saying all this is useless. Today we will fight to the death. There is no need to worry about anything else. Yi Fan opened and closed his arms. He let out a long roar, shocking everyone in the small world. The golden blood chi of the human race's sacred body was especially special. It was like a celestial furnace that had existed since ancient times and was left behind by a deity. The golden blood chi filled the sky and drowned the 81 ancient temples. Yi Fan's hair was loose, and at this moment, every strand was dancing in the wind. He was like a demonic god as he pressed forward. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was used again. It was extremely masculine, and this kind of arcane technique was most suitable for his physique. Boom! The heaven and earth surged because of him. Essence chi surged violently. If not for the ancient sage's formation, nothing would be left of this place. It would have been razed to the ground and only ashes would have been left. It was also strenuous for Hua Yunfei to circulate the 10,000 transformations sacred art. Even this kind of world-defying technique could not completely resolve it. That was because Yi Fan had comprehended the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to a completely new level. It was not only a confrontation between technique and Tao, but also contained faith and the soul. Hua Yunfei, have you come to die today? You have other thoughts in your heart, and you still want to fight against me? You do not have a shred of hope to live. Yi Fan shouted loudly. Even though golden blood was also flowing out of Yi Fan's mouth, this mortal enemy was even more serious than him. If not for the miraculous Phoenix Tribulation regeneration technique, the consequences would have been unthinkable. The two of them fought a great battle, and blood splattered everywhere. They charged into one ancient temple after another. Yi Fan searched for the scripture pavilion as he fought. This mortal enemy was truly even more terrifying now. He could swallow kings and saints, and now his physique was very special. Pang Bo and the large black dog were also engaged in a fierce battle with someone. However, they still had trump cards that they had not used yet, especially the Black Emperor. He was smiling sinisterly, and had not used his killing move yet. Meanwhile, Qi Luo and that half-saint disappeared at the same time. They began hunting and counter-hunting. Occasionally, terrifying ripples would be emitted in the void. The most astonishing thing was Ji Ziyue. She was battling Li Xiaoman, and she displayed astonishing strength. She clashed back and forth with 365 golden divine spirits, and was not at a disadvantage. Ah! Hua Yunfei was injured again, and the blood he spat out almost dyed half of his body red. His eyes were very cold, and he was close to going crazy. The great Tao precious bottle above his head descended, and combined with the celestial ascension power. He continuously used a wondrous technique. With a single thought, flowers bloom, a sovereign descends. The celestial ascension power surged out, and more pure white flowers bloomed one after another. The petals were sparkling and translucent, and as they floated down, every petal emitted a Tao cry. This place was pierced through by all kinds of divine chains of order, and was completely submerged. Voila! The divine chains seemed like they were real, and they interweaved one after another. They were crimson like blood, sky blue like crystal. They shone with a myriad of colors, and every single one of them was different. They were resplendent and intimidating. PFFF. Yi Fan evaded hundreds and thousands of them, and finally, one of them pierced through his chest. Even the human race's divine physique was severely injured, and one could imagine how terrifying vicious secret technique was. A strand of golden blood shot out from his chest. Yi Fan's eyes immediately turned cold, and he retracted all his thoughts. He no longer paid attention to the ancient temple and scripture depository, and used all his strength to kill Hua Yunfei. He let out a clear whistle, and his thick black hair was in a mess. Behind him, there were a total of 81 golden waterfalls that went against the sky. Each of them was as thick as the heavenly river, and they surged upwards. Especially the one in the middle. It rushed out from the top of his head, and it pierced through the entire small world. Its magic power was like the vast ocean, and it severed all the divine chains of order. Yi Fan used the battle saint technique with his left hand, and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist with his right. He was incomparably ferocious and tyrannical. Even his pupils were inverted, and behind him, golden rivers surged upwards, crushing everything in their way. Boom! In the midst of the sky-shattering sound, Hua Yunfei retreated, and each step he took left a bloody footprint. A crack appeared on his forehead, and then it spread out like a spider web, all the way to his chest, and finally, his sternum exploded. He flew out horizontally, and while coughing out blood, he laughed. The divine physique is indeed worthy of its reputation. However, you are also the prey of others. With your current mental state, you will definitely die if you fight me today. Yi Fan's word secret technique appeared, and his entire body shone with a golden light like an immortal flame. The golden flames burned fiercely, and the bones in his body crackled as his injuries healed. I don't want to be someone else's shadow. Today either you die or I die. If I succeed, I will head to the other side of the starry sky, and one day, I will return with glory and kill my way back. Hua Yunfei circulated the Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique, and his body rapidly healed. What are you talking about? Yi Fan coldly walked forward, and he was fearless. Among those of the same generation, he was not afraid of anyone. The vicious bloodline is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Today, you are only the prey. Are you trying to reveal something to me? Yi Fan asked. I'm just unwilling to become someone else's chess piece. Today I, Hua Yunfei, will kill my way out for a future that truly belongs to me. His temperament changed, and he was incomparably resolute. Chapter 9:17. Inside the temple, pure white flowers were blooming one after another. Every single one of them was stained with blood, the sweet fragrance cold as it scattered into every corner. This was the sound of Dao flowers trembling. Hua Yunfei fought against Yi Fan, using all sorts of techniques. One was like an immortal descending from the heavens, while the other was surging with battle qi, like a god rising from the ashes. A path that he could not decide for himself. A pitiful future. A chess piece in someone else's game. Was this Hua Yunfei's life? Yi Fan did not know, and it was hard for him to understand the details. Right now, he could only fight to the death. Perhaps it was just as Li Xiaomen said, this was the end of a predestined battle. Pop! Bright multicolored blood and golden blood bloomed together. The two kinds of blood stuck together, beautiful and breathtaking. One after another, they sprinkled in the air. At this moment, it was useless to say anything. This was a battle of life and death. If one took a step back, they would fall into hell, but if they took a step forward, they would live even more vividly. The two of them faced each other with equal harshness, fighting endlessly. All kinds of light danced about. Yi Fan fought while bathed in blood. His bravery was unstoppable, but his opponent's essence energy had also risen to the pinnacle. It wasn't that easy to kill him. The demonic art of devouring the heavens was a world-defying cultivation technique. It absorbed a portion of the ancient sage's source energy and made it his own. This was something that defied common sense. Now, Hua Yunfei was in an extremely dangerous situation. Yi Fan's right hand turned into a huge golden millstone. There were many mysterious patterns on it, causing the heavens to split and the earth to shatter. As for Hua Yunfei, he was agile and clear. His hands continuously moved about, shooting out strands of clear light and continuously dispelling the attacks. A dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. A terrifying immortal sword appeared in Yi Fan's right hand. It was shaped like a great dragon. The head was the front, the body was the dragon blade, and the tail was the hilt. Tai Sovereign's sword. He raised his right hand high up and slashed down diagonally. Strand after strand of chaotic energy seeped out along the sharp edge of the sword. Clear splendor flowed in the tens of thousands of strands, possessing the power of an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Hua Yunfei was like a banished immortal. 5-colored immortal light flowed around him as he flew gracefully. His clothes fluttered in the wind as if he wanted to soar into the 9 heavens. However, the Tai Sovereign sword that Yi Fan had conjured with a fighting formula had locked onto him. The dragon scales on the body of the sword grew in reverse, making it look almost like a real sovereign weapon. Every scale was glowing and intertwining with each other. Clang! Tens of thousands of strands of killing intent merged into one, turning into an eternal light and a huge dragon. It emerged from the Tai Sovereign sword and shot towards Hua Yunfei's chest, accompanied by boundless primal chaos. It was a miraculous sight. It was as though a true dragon had descended from the 9 heavens. The Tai Sovereign sword shot out a beam of dragon light that was indestructible and difficult to dodge. All sorts of lights flashed around Hua Yunfei's body, but they were all destroyed. Precious weapons flew out one after another, but they were all turned to dust. The Tai Sovereign sword was unparalleled in the world, and it was known as the #1 offensive immortal weapon in the Central Plains. There were no other weapons that could compare to it. Before it even touched Hua Yunfei's body, it had almost severed his shoulder, and a horrifying wound had appeared. Yi Fan's pupils were like 2 divine lamps, shining brightly. He pushed his cultivation and arcane energy to the limit, spat out a mouthful of innate chi of origin and sent it into the dragon sword. This was an extreme attack. Hua Yunfei resisted with all his might, but in the end, he still couldn't block it. The art of 10,000 transformations could turn all miraculous things into decay, but the current Yi Fan was too powerful. PFFF. A horrifying wound suddenly appeared, extending from his left shoulder all the way to his right abdomen. Blood spurted out like a fountain, gurgling and splashing everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. The upper half of Hua Yunfei's body flew out, and his shoulder was severed. His lower body also spasmed, scattering five-colored blood all over the ground of the ancient temple and falling into the dust. Yi Fan wanted to follow up with another attack, but a pitch-black vase suddenly appeared and smashed into his arms. Then, countless strands of black light instantly exploded. Great Tao Aquarius. This was an attack of cultivation and an explosion of arcane energy. It was filled with destruction, and the impact was extremely great. Even those at the Tao Severing Realm would find it hard to survive if they were hit by it. Crack! Yi Fan's arms were broken, and his sternum exploded. Golden blood splattered everywhere, and a bowl-sized hole appeared in his chest. The front and back of his body were exposed, and his injuries were frightening. He destroyed the great Tao precious vase. Not only was he ruthless to his enemies, he was even more ruthless to himself. This was the pain of having his bones broken. Although he could regenerate, his vitality was greatly damaged. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Neither of them attacked again, and both of them quickly retreated. One used the Phoenix Tribulation regeneration technique, and the other used the incomplete swordsman character to recover their injured bodies. In such a desperate battle, if they didn't have the corresponding healing scripture to quickly recover their bodies, they would inevitably show signs of weakness and defeat, falling into a disadvantageous position and dying. One was reborn from the flames, and five-colored divine light circulated around him like a phoenix. The other also had divine chains of the great Tao winding around his body, interweaving into strands of life radiance. They opened their eyes at almost the same time and attacked again. They were decisive, and all of them were killing moves, not holding back at all. Flying Deity Incantation. Hua Yunfei moved again. It was the same stance, but his aura was greatly different. This time, the secret technique he used was terrifying and unfathomable. The great Tao precious vase turned into tens of thousands of strands of black light and shot into the space between his eyebrows. At this moment, a vase imprint flickered between his brows. Raging waves rushed out from the space between his eyebrows, coordinating with his stance and continuously evolving. The celestial light that shot out from the space between his eyebrows was like a torrential river that surged over violently. The radiance was boundless, and Yi Fan was sent flying. This was the sublimation of all of Hua Yunfei's energy. It rushed out from the space between his eyebrows, and its divine might was unstoppable. However, the most shocking thing was that all of the divine splendor quickly gathered together, forming a new Hua Yunfei. Endless multicolored light lingered around him, and it was extremely dazzling. What was going on? Yi Fan was stunned, and he couldn't immediately understand what was going on. However, he didn't stop and quickly made his move. The multicolored light transformed into a brand new Hua Yunfei. Around him were streaks of clear splendor, and immortal mist filled the air. It was as if he was about to ascend to immortality, and there was not a trace of the mortal world's aura. His beauty surpassed that of a woman's. His temperament was elegant, and he was transcendent and extraordinary. Every movement he made seemed like he was about to soar into the sky with the wind. This was the true flying celestial art. Hua Yunfei forcefully used it, and in the past, he didn't use it to its peak. Now, in this life and death battle, he finally used it to its peak, and it displayed the elegance that this technique should have. Multicolored Ascension. A new self was formed from the original body, and it would ascend to immortality, forming a divine embryo. The offensive power of this divine embryo was unparalleled. If the great emperor used it, he would be able to slay immortals and gods, destroying all enemies. No one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths would be able to contend against him. This was the secret technique created by the ruthless person who shocked the past and present. Yi Fan used the Battle Saint technique, and he fiercely resisted. Golden blood continuously splashed out, and the two of them fought crazily, opposing each other with equal harshness as they used the battle secret technique. Since the ruthless great emperor created the flying celestial art specifically for this technique, then he would use this technique to fight. Who was stronger and who was weaker would be revealed in the end. This great battle became more and more intense. The ancient temple was buzzing, and no one could approach. The transformed Hua Yunfei was even more terrifying, and he continuously exchanged blows with Yi Fan. The two of them turned into a ball of light, and they tangled together. Yi Fan was greatly shaken. This was the sublimation of a person's essence, energy, and spirit. He finally understood some of the reasons why the ruthless person created the undying heaven art in his later years. It should be related to this technique. A divine embryo was born from an old demonic body, and it was indeed heaven-defying. It turned out that this was already fated when he created the flying celestial art. Yi Fan's left hand formed the void mirror, and he shone it on the eyes of the divine embryo Hua Yunfei. This was fatal, and the worst-case scenario would be blindness. However, Hua Yunfei only released an expanse of immortal light, and his eye sockets became blurry. Wang. The power of the flying celestial, which had looked down on all ages, attacked, and turned into a dazzling light. It collided with the void mirror, and a cracking sound rang out, almost shattering it. Both of their bodies were already covered in terrifying wounds. The divine embryo formed from the power of the flying celestial battled against Yi Fan. They fought from one palace hall to another, scaring many people away, and no one dared to stop them. Yi Fan attacked again, and wherever his divine might went, Hua Yunfei's divine embryo could not stop him. It went straight for his main body, wanting to destroy it. The divine embryo was formed from the immortal light within the precious bottle between Hua Yunfei's eyebrows. As long as Yi Fan destroyed his main body, he would naturally be able to turn him into nothing. At this time, the divine embryo Hua Yunfei opened his mouth, and the main body was sucked into his body. Yi Fan exerted force, and his golden primordial spirit rushed out, transforming into himself. He used the flying celestial art, and his primordial spirit used the battle saint technique together to fight against Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei was very passive. His divine embryo was almost severed, and his main body fell out. The two of them merged together, and they quickly retreated. Yi Fan chased after him, and all kinds of wondrous techniques flew out. The two of them started a new battle. Yi Fan, why don't we work together? We can search for that palace hall together, and we can comprehend the secret of traveling through the galaxy together. Finally, we can ascend the 5-colored sacrificial altar and have a decisive battle. Hua Yunfei transmitted his voiceover. Working together with you is no different from asking a tiger for its skin. Yi Fan directly refused, and his attacks became even more vicious. Everyone had forgotten about the two Yin gods. They were all fighting, barging into the ancient temple, and fighting over the precious treasures. Yi Fan and Hua Yunfei had already fought for 2,000 rounds, and blood continuously splattered. I found it. This brat has some tricks up his sleeves. It is not the scripture pavilion that we imagined, but rather a starry sky map. The large black dog transmitted his voice over secretly. He spat out a beam of light from his mouth, and a small-scale killing formation flew out, killing his opponent. He then stretched out a pair of large claws and started to pry open the door. The black dog called out and said, "Come over quickly, there really seems to be a broken cauldron in the central palace hall, and there is also the feather celestial scripture. While the elites are all over there, let's quickly study the profound mysteries of this place thoroughly." Pang Bo also killed his opponent, and rushed over. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue also fought as they advanced. With a rumble, the door was opened, and pieces of starry sky maps appeared in this palace hall. They flowed with clear radiance, and they were like 3-dimensional maps. They were incredibly deep, and every star was flickering with light. However, Hua Yunfei blocked Yi Fan, and opened up a screen of light in the distance. This battle concerned his future, and it was a matter of life and death. Pop! Yi Fan turned around and attacked, but he did not really leave. He turned around and took the initiative to attack back, saying, "Before I leave, we should settle this." Boom! Suddenly, a wisp of imperial might appeared, and it swept forward. A world-shocking killing intent appeared, causing everyone near and far in this palace hall to be shocked, and they were all horrified. This was a wisp of black light, and it vaguely took the form of a dragon. It looked like it was about to swallow Yi Fan up. With such might, even a king tier of the Severing Dao would have to die with a grievance. However, Yi Fan did not show any fear, as if he had already expected all this. He did not show any astonishment. On the other side, another streak of black light flickered, and rushed over. That was the aura of the heaven-devouring demonic jar, and it protected him. "Is this the hunter you spoke of?" Yi Fan's expression was cold. "He has come, and he has walked onto the stage. My path has come to an end." Hua Yunfei muttered to himself softly. Chapter 9:18. Strand after strand of black light descended, and the heaven-swallowing demon jar appeared nearby. The blind old man and Duanda returned and used this weapon together to protect Yi Fan. The heaven-swallowing demon jar was forged from the flesh and bones of the merciless emperor. It was extremely mysterious and more mysterious than all the other monarch weapons. Although it looked simple and natural, it had an immeasurable celestial might. Looking at it, one would think of that breathtaking woman who looked down on all of history. What kind of courage did she have to forge her own body into a weapon? There was an imprint of a ghost face on the lid. It looked like it was crying and laughing at the same time, a bit mischievous and a bit sorrowful. There were traces of tears on it, but there was also sunlight on it, making it unforgettable. The unparalleled aura of the ancient emperor seemed to have transcended the ages and arrived, looking down on the world. At this moment, everything was silent, and all beings had to kneel down. There was no one who wasn't terrified. It was abnormally silent. Everything returned to normal when the emperor's might faded away. Yi Fan coldly said to the people outside the ancestral temple, "I knew you would come to kill me. Do you dare to fight me head-on?" The monkey, Duanda, and Dong Fang Yi chasing after the heavenly imperial prince was just for show. They didn't really go far. Yi Fan had already predicted that someone would attack with a monarch weapon, so he made arrangements. The monarch weapon intimidated everyone. The other cultivators all stayed far away, and no one dared to approach this palace. That was because if they came into contact with a wisp of the emperor's might, they would definitely be turned into bones. There was no suspense at all. Silence. No one responded to Yi Fan. The wisp of emperor's might that suddenly appeared just now faded away as if it had never appeared. Thud, thud. In the spacious palace, the sound of footsteps echoed, making it even more quiet. The monkey, Duanda, and the blind old man approached together, wanting to kill Hua Yunfei here. The demonic body has to be shed eventually. It is the nourishment of the divine embryo. I am unwilling. Hua Yunfei muttered to himself and sighed softly. He looked at Yi Fan and said, "I have no other request. I want to have a final battle with you." Swoosh. With a flash of blue light, Hua Yunfei used some kind of wondrous technique and disappeared from their sight. He charged into the palace that the large black dog had discovered, and the people behind him all followed. Woof! The large black dog immediately pounced over. With a swipe of his large paw, several spatial rifts instantly appeared. However, when Hua Yunfei placed his hand on a star chart on the stone wall, it instantly shone with a divine light. The stone walls softened like a swamp. He rushed forward and immediately entered, disappearing from this palace hall. These are all small-scale teleportation formations. The Black Emperor said. Yi Fan was the first to chase after it. The transmission matrix of this place was very important. Only God knew that it was connected to the secret plane of God. With a flash of light, they entered a vast rooftop. It was quiet, and there was no one in sight. It looked like a martial arts arena. Below, figures could be seen everywhere, ancient temples everywhere. They actually arrived in midair. This was a war island floating in the sky, used by the experts of the ancestral temple in the past to fight. They're up there. Below, there were people who saw the two of them. All of them revealed strange expressions and raised their heads. Everyone had come to search for treasures, so they didn't want to waste time. They didn't think that someone would fight one-on-one like this, so it naturally attracted everyone's attention. And at the entrance of the small world, even more people surged in, and they all saw this astonishing scene. The saint physique of the human race was fighting against the inheritor of Ruthless. This could be said to be a world-shocking battle. Oh no, we can't enter. This is an ancient war island, and they've sealed themselves. Unless one of them is dead or alive, outsiders can't enter at all. The large black dog bared his teeth in anger. Just now, he also wanted to rush into the stone wall, but in the end, there was a huge bump on his head. It was as if he had grown a large tumor. They can't enter. No one will disturb us, and no one will interfere. Let's carry out the last battle of our lives. Hua Yunfei said in a low voice. This battle couldn't be stopped unless their opponent died. For them, this was really the last battle. Only one of them could survive. Two heroes couldn't coexist. Below, Duanda and the old blind man were also looking up at the sky. They were about to activate the heaven-devouring demon jar to shatter the light screen that enveloped the war island and participate in the battle. There's no need for you guys to act. I'll take care of this final battle myself. Yi Fan said. He secretly transmitted his voice to Pang Bo and the others, telling them to continue searching for the secret to traversing the starry sky. A cruel battle, a battle of life and death, and a horrifying aura engulfed the entire War Island. Occasionally, there would be a shocking killing intent penetrating through the light screen, causing those who saw it to be dumbfounded. Hua Yunfei had really entered the zone. He had cast aside everything and was like a lone wolf at the end of the world. With a kind of sorrow, he attacked with all his strength to complete the last part of his journey. Pooh! Fresh blood splashed out from the bodies of the two of them, and they were sent flying more than 10 meters away. This was a true battle of life and death. There was not the slightest bit of fancy tricks. They were all using the most vicious methods. Yi Fan's eyes were incomparably cold. Since this was a battle of life and death, showing mercy was equivalent to cutting off his own life. Moreover, his opponent's actions made it impossible for him to show mercy. He could only kill this enemy in this battle. Flying Deity Art. 10,000 Transformations Art. With a single thought, flowers bloomed, and a sovereign descended upon the world. Hua Yunfei's temperament had completely changed, and was very different from before. His killing intent soared, and his ethereal charm was restrained. His hair danced in the wind, and even his eyes became fierce. The fallen deity had transformed into a killing god. His aura was extremely powerful, and a bloody light burst out from his entire body. With a loud roar, the entire small world trembled. The entire temple was trembling because the divine laws had penetrated through the War Island and were transmitted out. Yi Fan did not expect that the usually delicate and elegant Hua Yunfei would have such a terrifying side when he went berserk. It was completely different from before. At this moment, Hua Yunfei seemed to have turned into a demon and reincarnated into an Asura. Endless killing intent pervaded the air. His hair was disheveled, and his battle intent was high. His eyes became more and more dazzling, like two divine lamps. He had gone berserk. Pooh! The power of the flying deity drained a large amount of blood from Yi Fan's abdomen. At the same time, Hua Yunfei's body flickered with 5-colored light. There were 5 deities in his body, and they all rushed out to attack together. Yi Fan roared. He became even more powerful after encountering the strong. As soon as the word swastika was uttered, the 5 deities in Hua Yunfei's Dao Palace were shattered. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist smashed forward. 6 ancient universes rotated and tore off one of Hua Yunfei's arms. His golden battle blood boiled. Yi Fan became even more berserk after encountering a berserk opponent. He shattered one of Hua Yunfei's arms with a single punch and charged forward bravely. This was a battle between the strong, a battle of the brave. From the start of the battle until now, 3,000 exchanges had already passed. It was extremely dangerous. Hua Yunfei disregarded the price and exhausted his boundless source energy. Some were from kings and some were from ancient saints. They were all the source energy of others. Ever since Yi Fan embarked on the path of cultivation, he had experienced all kinds of dangers. The number of bitter battles that lasted for more than 3,000 exchanges could be counted on one's fingers. It was difficult to find someone who could make him fight to this point and pay such a price. Yi Fan had the upper hand. His destructive power was becoming more and more astonishing. Even though Hua Yunfei had devoured the source energy of many people, he was still heavily injured. His flesh and bones were shattered in more than 10 places. Suddenly, numerous black divine chains shot over and silently wrapped around Yi Fan, absorbing his divine power, essence energy, and source energy. It was extremely terrifying. This was the true meaning of the heaven-devouring demonic art. Normally, it could only be used when killing an enemy. With Hua Yunfei's current cultivation, he could not do as he pleased against a powerful enemy who was currently fighting for supremacy. However, he had successfully cultivated a secret technique from the Forbidden Chapter, severing the heavenly Tao. Once this technique was mastered, his battle prowess would increase by a large margin. He could use it together with the source energy of the heaven-devouring demonic art. There was nothing he could not do, and his battle prowess would soar. Severing the heavenly Tao, since it dared to have such a name, it was naturally extremely terrifying. It was the severing the heavenly Tao. His offensive power, control power, and the power of his primordial spirit would all increase in all aspects, making him terrifying to the extreme. All sorts of multicolored lights flew out. They were actually tens of thousands of immortal blades. Some were in the shape of dragons, and some were in the shape of phoenixes. They shook the heavens and shook the earth, chopping down everything they encountered and killing everything they came into contact with. After fighting to this point, Yi Fan had also gone berserk. Golden blood flowed, and his hair was disheveled. All sorts of secret techniques were used to resist this secret technique that he had never seen before. The two of them fought until their blood was boiling. An immortal king descended from the 9 heavens. He held a lotus in his hand, and he stood on a golden sea of bitterness. The sun, moon, rivers, and mountains were on his back. Yi Fan displayed his phenomenon, and his movements were grand as he fought against the immortal blades. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's main body was even more tyrannical. When he used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist with his right hand, nothing could stop him. His body executed the fighting character formula, and every part of his body could be attacked. Occasionally, his left hand would execute the incomplete Wuxia secret technique, returning everything to its original state. Hua Yunfei suffered greatly. Even though he used a completely new forbidden secret technique, he was still almost hacked to pieces. Many broken bones flew out, and his physical body reassembled in the distance with great difficulty. Arg! Hua Yunfei let out a loud roar. More than half of his life force had been consumed, and his body was about to transform into light. His boundless potential was forced out regardless of the price, and Yi Fan's golden blood splattered everywhere. Hua Yunfei had paid a corresponding price. He executed several secret techniques at the same time. It was not as simple as simply stacking them together. Every secret technique was closely connected, and they could mutually transform and promote each other, increasing their might by several times. To Yi Fan, this was a disastrous outcome. When a person went all out, the potential they displayed was boundless. Hua Yunfei's physical body was about to melt. All sorts of secret techniques merged together, and he almost hacked Yi Fan into 2. Take a look at my supreme secret technique. Yi Fan was also enraged. After suffering such a heavy injury, the top of his head was almost split open, and he executed the secret technique with all his might. The first technique was the Wuxia art. It allowed everything to return to its original state. Yi Fan executed this single technique with all his might, and Hua Yunfei almost suffered a great calamity. Vicious secret technique is breathtaking throughout the ages. Even great Emperor Wuxia is no match for it. Hua Yunfei roared, and his black hair stood on end. He circulated the heaven-devouring demonic technique, and a great Tao precious vase flickered between his brows. The incomplete Wuxia art was now ineffective. Activate my divine form, and display the true great emperor art. Hua Yunfei let out a long roar, and 10,000 rays of light shot out from between his brows. His physical body began to burn, and the ascension immortal energy flew out from the great vase imprint between his brows, transforming into an exiled immortal. Then, the heaven-severing Tao was activated as well. All sorts of multicolored light burst forth, and dragon and phoenix figures revolved around the exiled immortal. They became his weapons, and it was as if he was wearing a layer of immortal clothing. One thought to bloom flowers. Hua Yunfei muttered softly, and blood flowed out from his body. He didn't hold back in the slightest. Pure white petals danced in the air, and they surrounded him. The petals were dyed with blood, and it made this island incomparably beautiful. They fluttered about as they scattered down from the sky. The power of the 10,000 transformations sacred art also fused into the various lights, and it connected with Hua Yunfei as one. He stepped on the snow-white petals in the air and advanced forward. He was going to launch the ultimate attack. Yi Fan had already moved a long time ago. His entire body disappeared, and he turned into a golden Tai Chi circle. This was his divine form, and there were too few people in this world who could cultivate their own divine form. He used the divine form to display all sorts of techniques, and his magical power rapidly increased. He was drowned in the Tao light, and the 6 paths of reincarnation, 9 secrets, and Wu Shi's incomplete techniques were all activated to resist Monarch Hangchong's flawless secret technique. Below, everyone stopped fighting and no longer fought over the treasures. They were all attracted by the great battle above, and they knew that life and death would be decided in this final attack. Boom! Boundless Tao light blossomed, and everyone closed their eyes. Even the Tao-severing immortal was no exception, and no one could see clearly. This kind of battle was too terrifying, and it exceeded everyone's imagination. The island was shattered, and this small world was pierced through. However, there was not a single sound. Terrifying energy shot out randomly for an instant, and then it quickly retracted, and all of it was concentrated at a single point. The two of them were entangled together. No one knew what happened, and no one knew who would live and who would die. It was incomparably strange. That was an extreme point, and from beginning to end, no one could look directly at it. It was 1,000 times more brilliant than the sun, and the surrounding void turned into a black hole, and the primal chaos surged violently. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. That place was shattered and reconstructed, and the cycle repeated endlessly. At this moment, all the powers were stunned. No one dared to approach, and they could only watch from afar, waiting for that place to return to peace. After an unknown amount of time, the light dimmed. Yi Fan's body was covered in golden blood, and he walked out of the light sphere step by step, leaving bloody footprints in the void. Within the extreme point, the light flourished, and another figure walked out. He was dressed in blue immortal robes that fluttered in the wind. He was otherworldly, and he was like a true immortal, indescribably ethereal. A rain of flowers floated down from the sky, sparkling and translucent, and landed in the small world. Hua Yunfei, who was more intelligent and beautiful than a woman, had skin whiter than snow, and every strand of his black hair was glowing gracefully. His entire body seemed to be composed of light, and every inch of his body was swallowing and emitting immortal splendor. At this moment, he was like a banished immortal. However, tears suddenly rolled down his face, and with a hint of sorrow he said, "It's finally over. I was born and raised on the mysterious star peak. I can't let you surpass the peak of this ancient star. In the end, I couldn't break free from the shackles of fate." His body was transforming into light, and one after another light rain flew out from his body. The banished immortal body continuously became faint, and he landed beside the ancient cave in this small world. That was the entrance to the deepest part of the ancestral vein of the central continent. Borrowing the power of the vein here, he temporarily prevented his body of light from dispersing. He sat cross-legged there, took out a guqin, and began to play it with tinkling sounds. The sound of the guqin was moving, and it actually drew out a moving scene. Under the bright moonlight, clear spring water flowed over the rocks, flowing past the roots of the pine forest. It was incomparably harmonious and tranquil. The entire battlefield and the entire pocket dimension quietened down. Everyone stared at the ancient cave, staring at Hua Yunfei, who was like a banished immortal. They watched as waves after waves of light rain flew out from his body, and his body slowly dimmed. What a pitiful life, a future with no choice. All of this is finally over. I can't break free, so let me scatter with the wind. Hua Yunfei muttered. His body became even dimmer, and the rain of light continued to disperse. Hua Yunfei! Yi Fan shouted in a low voice. This otherworldly man raised his head and looked at him as he played the guqin. He used his divine sense to say, "The lineage of ruthless people is beyond your imagination. I'm just a pitiful sacrificial pawn." It's always been the devil body that becomes the divine embryo, just like the heaven-devouring demonic art that becomes the undying heaven art. I don't want to walk this path. If I can choose, I only want to be a happy guqin attendant. When I was 5 years old, they found me. Even now, I still remember the inheritor of my undying heaven art. He was the same age as me. He was so young, but his entire body was glowing. I know that even if I told them, the profound star peak would not be enough for them to kill me. Scenes appeared in Yi Fan's mind. He saw 2 young children and a mysterious protector. One child was glowing all over. He looked intelligent and holy, just like the Son of God. The other child was definitely Hua Yunfei. He looked weak and adorable, even more pitiful than a little girl. He hugged a guqin, timidly, afraid, and kept retreating. "One is me. You should have guessed the other one a long time ago. A long time ago, I already said that you only guessed half right. You guessed that I'm the sacrificial pawn." Hua Yunfei was smiling. His body became more and more blurry, and a rain of light flew out. "I rarely kill good people. Most of the source energies I take are from the ancient tombs I excavate. Those I kill are all guilty. Chasing after you, Jianghu, and the others is just the manipulation of fate. There is a pair of invisible hands in the dark." At this point he said softly to himself, "You can choose not to believe it." Hua Yunfei was smiling. There was loneliness, unwillingness, and a trace of shame. He looked into the distance, as though he wanted to pierce through time and space to look at the distant profound star peak one last time. He knows all the secret techniques that I know. The undying heaven art is even better than the heaven-devouring demonic art. The greater my achievements, the stronger his strength. I am just a pawn. My protector is also his protector. He only treats me as a chess piece. Who exactly is he helping? I made my choice from the very beginning. My fate was already decided when I was young. All my unwillingness, all my hard work, in the end, turned into nothing. Yi Fan did not say anything. He listened quietly. His gaze was calm as he looked at Hua Yunfei. Then, he looked at his blood-stained hand. It is said that the inheritance of the ruthless is world-shattering. It is indeed true. Even the Holy Land has become the soil that they take root in, absorbing their nutrients. How terrifying is this? It is just like the undying heaven art was born from the heaven-devouring demonic art. This inheritance is reborn in the dying Holy Land, transforming into a divine fetus. Yi Fan was shocked. All of this had exceeded his imagination. I am a pitiful fish. For so many years, I did my best to leap up again and again. Every time, I thought that I had escaped from that river. I leaped into the sky and pounced into another river that belonged to me. But every time, I was forcefully pulled back by a huge hand and thrown back into another unchanging river. I kept moving in the same direction. If I could choose, I would only want to be a child in the profound star peak. That was my happiest time. Hua Yunfei was disappointed. His expression was filled with loneliness. In the end, he smiled mournfully. It was indescribably heart-wrenching. The sound of the guqin lingered. Countless pure and beautiful flowers bloomed. A pure white rain of flowers danced in the sky, surrounding him, burying him, burying him. He was so otherworldly. Rain after rain of light flew out from his body. He slowly faded and gradually disappeared. His life had reached its end. The profound star peak that gave birth to me and raised me, I have failed. I have lost to fate. I cannot break free from the shackles. Unfortunately, I can no longer look at you. Father, mother, senior and junior brothers, I did not betray the profound star peak. I had no choice. I hope that the profound star peak will prosper and protect all the disciples. I will go. He gazed at the profound star peak in the southern region. Crystalline tears fell. The last rain of light dissipated and fell into the ancestral cave. Hua Yunfei completely disappeared and disappeared. Chapter 919. Hua Yunfei, a poetic name, finally turned into a rain of light and dissipated with the wind. The last drop of crystal-clear tear fell from his dissipated face and landed on the ground, stirring up some dust. His life had come to an end just like that. A pure white flower was flying in the air. Every petal was stained with blood, sparkling and translucent, emitting a sweet fragrance. An otherworldly man with an outstanding temperament, like a banished immortal, passed away just like that. Only a celestial zither was left at the entrance of the ancient cave. The faint sound of the zither was still there. That poignant melody lingered in the air, like a song or a sob, melancholic and sorrowful. Clang! The strings of the zither broke into pieces. Then, the zither also broke and turned into dust. This zither had accompanied Hua Yunfei when he was still a child. Now it had died with him. The zither had a spirit. It turned into a rain of light and turned into dust. It died together with its owner and disappeared. Yi Fan was silent. A pitiful life, a future with no choice. This was Hua Yunfei's fate. He stood there quietly for a long time, not moving at all. In life, everyone had their own pain, no matter if they were good or evil. Without a choice, they could only rush forward. Maybe it was heaven, maybe it was hell, just one step away. In the distance, the battle started again. Everyone was fighting for control of the ancient temple. A temple might be a divine treasury, and every stone inscription was priceless. The insights of the ancient sages, the profound and mysterious scriptures, all of these could create a top-notch sect. No one cared, especially the various inheritances. Hua Yunfei's death caused many people to sigh in their hearts. A genius had fallen. A terrifying inheritor had been destroyed. However, they could not afford to be distracted by this. The battle situation became even more miserable. Blood splattered everywhere, and corpses piled up everywhere. People forgot about the Yin gods. They disregarded everything and fought to be the first. They all wanted to obtain the core immortal treasures of the Yuhua God dynasty, to recreate the glory of the number one power 200,000 years ago. Hua Yunfei. In the distance, Li Xiaoman's eyes dimmed. Her attacks became a little sluggish, but very quickly, 2 rays of golden light flashed in her eyes. It was as if there were 2 gods sitting in the depths of her eyes. She was fighting Yu Ji and Ziyu. The 2 women's techniques were endless, making even some living fossils palpitate. Their techniques were superb, and their strength was shocking. When she saw Yi Fan suddenly raise his head and walk over, Li Xiaoman turned and left. A golden vortex appeared around her body, like a pair of divine wings, stirring up dozens of golden vortexes. She flew far away, disappearing into the depths of the palace. Ayo! The large black dog wailed in agony as he somersaulted back to where he came from. He had just charged into the most majestic central celestial palace, and he had been caught in the crossfire. There was a battle of life and death between half-saints, and he had been caught up in the crossfire. As a result, his bones had almost been broken. The most magnificent central palace was filled with experts in great numbers. The strongest powers had all gathered here and were confronting each other with emperor weapons in hand. The experts of the ancient races weren't willing to take a step back at all. They felt that the green cauldron was inside. This place was a chaotic battlefield. People from all sides had killed until their eyes were red. Many people were almost crazy. Their hair was disheveled, and their minds weren't clear. They had already gone crazy from the killing. The Black Emperor was angry. He was about to spit out a killing formation and go on a killing spree, but he was stopped by Yi Fan. They couldn't touch that place now. The Imperial weapons and ancient Imperial weapons were facing each other, and they could fight at any time. If they took out a part of the incomplete Great Emperor killing formation, it might become the fuse. Puh! A bloody arm fell at their feet. Qi Luo appeared. His body was scarlet and wet. He was splashed with someone's blood. There was only one wound on his body. It extended from the center of his brows to his chest. He was almost cut by someone. The wound wasn't deep, and it could be said to be extremely dangerous. The few of them felt a chill. To be able to force an old killer who was about to enter the killing saint realm to such a state. How powerful was that person? Don't worry, I'm fine. Although only one of his arms was left, he's almost crippled. He won't be able to appear in this world for at least 10 years. It's his fortune to be able to survive, said Qi Luo. That was a half-saint with terrifying strength and frightening secret techniques. He was the ultimate protector of Hua Yunfei and was like an invisible hand. Only a half-saint like Qi Luo, who wanted to prove his Tao through killing, could injure him. We're all here. Let's go and try. No matter what, we must seize the Green Cauldron or the Yuhua Immortal Scripture. The Black Emperor has appointed you as the vanguard this time. Go, urged Duanda. Yi Fan had no interest in that place. He and Pang Bo entered the ancient palace with the Starfield map to search for clues. This place was definitely related to crossing the universe. Qi Luo, the old blind man, the monkey, and Dong Fangyi also followed. Although the central palace had the most precious items, it wasn't suitable to fight over them at this time. They could easily turn into ashes. The extreme imperial weapons were like Pandora's box that couldn't be opened easily. Otherwise, there would be disastrous consequences. If a battle really broke out, perhaps everyone would die. There's a mechanism here. The Black Emperor suddenly revealed an excited expression. These starfield maps were all strange. They were either small-scale teleportation formations or strange spaces. The large black dog explored them a few times and discovered some profound mysteries. He used what he had learned to decipher them. Every stone inscription leads to another place. This is misleading. There must be another world. The large black dog scratched his ears and cheeks. He walked back and forth with his flagpole-like tail, growling in a low voice. Duanda was also deep in thought. He stared at the stone inscriptions and linked them together. The two of them shouted loudly at almost the same time. Then they quickly made their moves. There were over 100 diagrams on the 4 walls, and the sun, moon, and stars were flickering on them. The Black Emperor and Duanda pointed at the most resplendent star in each of the star fields. The entire palace instantly became resplendent, becoming more and more dazzling. Kacha kacha! Suddenly, a sound rang out from a corner. A stone door appeared out of thin air and moved to the side. A decaying aura seeped out, and a secret room appeared. I found it. Could it be the scripture pavilion? The large black dog was excited, and was the first to rush in. However, he immediately jumped back. The black fur on his body was standing on end, and he was like a large hedgehog. It was obvious that he had been startled. Damn it, a pile of meat paste. This emperor has had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to have stepped on it. Yi Fan and Pang Bo walked forward. This concerned their future. Even if it was a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, they still had to walk. A rotten smell wafted over. At the same time, there was a boundless killing intent. This is the corpse of a saint. Why has his flesh and blood rotted? Qi Luo was shocked. The ancient saints would not rot even after death. Their flesh and blood could be vivid and lifelike. However, very few of them remained in this world. That was because once they died, they would transform into Tao, and nothing would be left behind. There was a pile of meat paste in the secret room. The bones were black, and the flesh and blood were rotten, exuding a foul smell. Just then, the large black dog had accidentally almost fallen into it. Only those whose strength far surpasses him can destroy the saint's body, gradually turning it into a mortal body over time, and finally rotting, Qi Luo said. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. In the past, someone had dissolved a saint, and he had not been chopped into dust on the spot. Instead, he had dissolved bit by bit, and only then had he become what he was today. They did not touch this saint's corpse. Even if they kept it, it would be useless. That was because it had almost become mortal bones, and the moment the rotten flesh came into contact with the air, it would immediately turn into dust. This stone room was only 3 square meters, and there was nothing inside. What was surprising was that there was not a shred of value in it. There is most likely something under this ancient saint's corpse. Duanda had raided tombs all year round, and was very familiar with mechanisms. With a wave of his palm fan, he instantly discovered a groove. He tapped it with his finger, and a cracking sound rang out. The stone wall in front of them moved away, and a brilliant light shot out. A spacious stone hall appeared. Too beautiful! Ji Ziyue cried out in surprise. There were stars everywhere inside, and they decorated the void one after another. It was as if they were facing the vast starry sky. Among them, there were 4 stars that were very special. They were many times brighter than the other light spots, and they were the only ones that had materialized. They could be the size of a fist, and they floated in the starlight. This is the true ancient star domain map. It is concretely detailed to such a level. It is truly a work of the gods. Even Qi Luo was amazed. What they saw in front of them was really like a boundless starry sky, as if a universe lay in front of them. There was a grand and vast aura spreading out. Yi Fan and Pang Bo's eyes stared at the 4 special stars. They were attracted by one of them, and their eyes couldn't leave it. It was a blue planet. Did those blue lights represent the ocean? They occupied about 70% of the surface. Then, they were completely stunned. The land was almost the same as the other side. This was a shrunken earth. They believed that this was the secret they were looking for. Back then, the Yuhua god dynasty must have gone to the other side of the starry sky, to their hometown. As for the other 3 special stars, one of them was very large and flickered with purple light. Yi Fan immediately thought of that. That was the Ziwei ancient land of life. After taking a closer look, the terrain was indeed similar. He had been there before. He had never seen the other 2 stars before. He didn't know which star domain they belonged to, and he didn't know if they also had life. They were full of mystery, and they shone in all kinds of starlight. This is the key to open the 5-colored sacrificial altar. It contains the coordinates of the starry sky. The big black dog shouted. When Yi Fan heard this, he quickly rushed forward and grabbed that blue star. At this moment, his hand was trembling because this was his hope of returning home. At the same time, the big black dog rushed towards that purple star. He also grabbed it with his big paw and swallowed his saliva. This kind of thing was a priceless treasure to him. On the other side, the monkey, Dongfang Yi, and the others also moved. They wanted to pick the other 2 special stars. Clearly, those were also the star domain keys. To some people, they were immeasurably divine treasures. Boom! Suddenly, several black dragons rushed in. Their extreme Tao Emperor might surged, shattering the vacuum and killing everything they came into contact with. Quang! The heaven-swallowing demonic jar vibrated on its own. It floated in the void and released multiple Dao ribbons, blocking the black dragons. A black hole instantly appeared between the two, devouring all life force. Holy Son of Yao Guang, you've finally come. Yi Fan carefully put away the blue star and strode forward. The heaven-swallowing demonic jar floated up and down. When it saw that he was about to attack, it actually strangely merged with his pulse. The Emperor weapon refined from vicious body was greatly different from before. It was as if it had been stimulated by a special aura, and it revived on its own, taking the initiative to attack. Boom! A vast strand of celestial might shot over, wanting to smash them into pieces. That kind of might could collapse the heavens and crack the earth. Even Qi Luo was horrified when he saw it. In this world, the might of an ancient great emperor was invincible. That was a streak of black golden light that could intimidate the past, present, and future. It was as if a great emperor was awakening and standing right in front of them. Black golden dragon pattern cauldron. The most mysterious extreme Dao emperor weapon had finally appeared today. Yi Fan mysteriously merged with the heaven-swallowing demonic jar, activating a streak of dazzling black light that collided with the killing intent of the great emperor. It was as if an ancient time and space had been torn apart, and a living great emperor had been summoned. Chapter 920. The last small world had a total of 81 ancient temples, all of which contained sage formations. That was why they had been preserved until now. Even after a great battle, they had not been destroyed. However, as soon as the emperor weapon appeared, the palace that contained the ancient starry sky path was turned into powder. Strands of emperor might seeped out, causing the experts from all sides to shiver inwardly. Their hearts were raised to their throats. Damn it! Dong Fengyi cursed. The 2 stars that he and the monkey went to collect shattered. They shot out in all directions like streaks of light, and they were only able to scoop up a small portion. Many people took action to fight over these fragments. They contained the coordinates of the starry sky, and in the future, they would definitely be extremely difficult to obtain. Even saints would have to bow down to them. Fortunately, the purple star in the Black Emperor's large claw was preserved. It quickly put it away and did not get snatched away. Whoosh! A streak of holy light disappeared. That mysterious figure entered another ancient palace. The black golden dragon pattern cauldron moved along with it, bobbing up and down. Light-shaking holy child, do you dare to fight? Yi Fan walked forward with large steps. His head of black hair flew backwards, and his eyebrows were vertical. His killing intent soared into the heavens. No one replied to him. That palace was completely silent. Only ripples could be seen. Those were mysterious dragon inscriptions, as if black dragons were coiling about. The powerful and flourishing fluctuations were as vast as the ocean. The black golden dragon pattern cauldron had not appeared in the light-shaking realm for many years. Now that it had appeared here, everyone was shocked because it was just too special. Generations of sages had poured their blood, sweat, and tears into it, and all of their disciples had poured their entire lives into it. From start to finish, they had been faithful and respectful, as if they were facing a god. After 50,000 years of kowtowing, 50,000 years of prayer, and 50,000 years of worship, they had finally reached the pinnacle. This was the greatest miracle in the world, and it had become an eternal legend. No one knew what had happened on that stormy night. The torrential rain had covered up everything. Chi! A strand of black light descended from the heaven-devouring demonic jar, turning into a black divine sword that slashed towards that palace. The spiraling black dragons immediately rushed out, and the two collided, forming a sea of ink. That was a black hole in the cosmos, an abyss that devoured all things. It was pitch black, devoid of life. All creatures that entered would become dust, returning to eternal stillness. A dragon roar resounded, and a huge black dragon circled around the ancient temple. Every scale on its body flickered with a cold light, and its body was filled with explosive power. The black gold dragon pattern cauldron bobbed up and down, and there were thousands upon thousands of black dragons flying out from the mouth of the cauldron. Only the tail was inside, making it look like a divine land of soaring dragons. Yi Fan was fearless. With the heaven-swallowing demon jar on his head, his footsteps never changed. His rhythm was the same, in sync with the life pulse of this small world. He was happy and fearless. At this point, what else do you have to fear? If you want to kill me, then come at me. Let's fight fair and square. In the battle of the extreme path imperial weapons, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. A calm voice came from the ancient palace. What a compassionate expression. Since that's the case, why are you doing this? Yi Fan's footsteps didn't change as he arrived in front of the ancient palace. I'm very interested in the other side of the starry sky. Why don't we go together? A voice came from the palace. Huh? Without any omen, the two emperor weapons released a strand of emperor might at the same time. Even though it was only a fine streak of black light, not a full-scale collision, the palace that contained ancient sages was still blasted into pieces, no longer existing. Holy light flickered. The black gold dragon pattern cauldron and that figure disappeared again, entering another divine temple. They were still confronting each other, not immediately taking action. Chi! Yi Fan shook the heaven-swallowing demon jar, releasing strand after strand of black light. It was as if he was ascending to immortality. All of the light entered the ancient temple, killing the hidden great enemies. Dragon cries were clear and cold. That black gold cauldron swayed back and forth, taking in and sending out all types of light, blocking the attacks. This time, the waves didn't destroy the buildings. The two weapons formed a type of equilibrium, attacking each other, not spreading outwards. However, everyone's hearts were trembling with fear. Even though it was only a small strand of black light that was probing each other, if it were to explode, not to mention this place, even the entire province would sink into a boundless territory. The other emperor weapons were also reviving, protecting the people on their side. No one dared to act recklessly, fearing that they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Suddenly, the black gold dragon pattern cauldron rushed out on its own, suspending in midair. Strand after strand of black gold energy poured down, and an immortal-like figure took form at the mouth of the cauldron. Clang! The heaven-swallowing demon jar released a light sound. The jar body and lid separated, overflowing with tens of thousands of strands of black light. It vaguely released a female sigh, as if a goddess was about to be reborn. The strange emperor weapon had both demonic and divine nature coexisting. The devil jar turned into a cocoon, as if a great emperor was about to emerge. The world-shocking pressure intimidated everyone. Chang! The black gold dragon pattern cauldron trembled slightly. The immortal figure at the mouth of the cauldron disappeared, entering it once again. Then, it turned into a streak of black light and tore through the sky. Pop! A hole was blasted through this small world. The black gold dragon pattern cauldron disappeared, and several figures controlled it, immediately leaving this place. It was as if they sensed some inconceivable power. It's not that the black gold dragon pattern cauldron is no match. It's just that the heaven-swallowing demon jar was a bit strange, and it scared them into retreating. Qi Luo frowned and pondered. The heaven-swallowing demon jar was forged from great Emperor Vicious Body. Apart from its unfathomable power, it also has some incomparable characteristics. No one can say for sure, said the Black Emperor. Something strange happened to the black gold dragon pattern cauldron as well. They seemed to be having trouble controlling it, so they had no choice but to retreat. I think it will appear again in a while. Be careful, said the blind old man. The heaven-swallowing demon jar's black light receded, and it quickly calmed down. It looked natural and simple without any special features. This also made the people in the distance feel at ease, and they once again fought over their own divine treasures. Yi Fan took out the blue star and used his heart to sense it. Groups of runes flickered and were imprinted into his heart. These were the 8 types of divinatory symbols of the 8 trigrams, but they were arranged into many groups to describe the star field's coordinates. The monkey, the Black Emperor, and the others came forward. Yi Fan handed them over without saying anything. He only asked them to memorize them one by one. Perhaps it would be of great use in the future. Ji Ziyue's eyes were filled with tears. Looking at the blue star in her palm, she knew that Yi Fan was definitely going to leave. He had already obtained what he wanted, so he could go on his way. This thing should be used like this, the Black Emperor said in a low voice. He explained how to activate the 5-colored altar. After obtaining the key to the other side, he could completely deduce how to use it. Why didn't the Big Dipper star field's coordinates remain? Duanda was puzzled. Yi Fan also sighed. He had only found 4 special stars that had nothing to do with the Big Dipper. He didn't know the coordinates of this ancient star in the universe at all. Let's go and have a share of the delicious soup. Dongfang Yi glanced at the central hall. They had achieved their goal of helping Yi Fan. They had found everything to cross the starfield, and they also wanted to plunder the secret treasures. There are a few imperial weapons gathered in the center of the divine palace. We most likely won't be able to gain anything if we go there, and there might even be a great calamity. Since that's the case, let's go to the other halls and take what we can, Qiluo said. The old assassin was very cautious. This group of people put away the heaven-devouring demonic jar. Yi Fan led the way at the front, the half-Saint Qiluo hid in the dark, and the large black dog swallowed and spat out the formation platform at the back. This shocked everyone. Even if this wasn't the current invincible combination, it was close. At least, there weren't many major forces below the saint level that dared to provoke them. Yi Fan had just killed the inheritor of ruthless Hua Yunfei, which made many people tremble in fear. The strength of the fallen deity was obvious to all. He had roamed the world for more than 10 years, and no one could kill him. Now, he had died here, so how could they not be afraid? At this moment, Yi Fan strode forward, walking at the very front. Everywhere he passed, no one dared to oppose him. They were all extremely wary, and automatically gave way when they were far away. The comprehension of the ancient sages. Qiluo was overjoyed. This was what he desperately wanted to obtain. There were a total of 4, and they were left behind by the 4 ancient sages. They were engraved on the 4 walls of this palace hall. In this place, every ancient character was engraved in the void, flickering indefinitely. Every character had the power of 10,000 katis, and the pressure was so great that it made it hard for one to breathe. Many people were silently memorizing as they fought here, because it was impossible to dig them out. These were the writings of the ancient sages, and they had condensed into one with the entire stone room, making them immortal and indestructible. When these people appeared, even though the others were reluctant, they still retreated. Yi Fan and the monkey led the way in. They were existences that were equivalent to war gods, and even those who had severed the Tao did not dare to provoke them. Clang! Qiluo carefully activated the soul-suppressing Hell Pagoda, and forcefully dug out the 4 walls. As if they had a life of their own, the ancient characters and stone engravings were carefully put away. They passed through more than 10 palaces in succession, and their harvest was abundant. Apart from a few scriptures, there was also a head-sized piece of divine jade that belonged to the 9 heavens divine jade sequence. It was on the same level as everlasting silver essence, and this made them extremely happy. The great powers that possess emperor weapons do not lack the comprehension of saints. Only that tattered green cauldron and the feather transformation immortal scripture are things that they must obtain. Fortunately, this is also the case. Otherwise, it would be difficult for us to obtain these rewards. Let's take a look first, and not fight over it for now to avoid becoming ashes. The green cauldron was related to the secrets of becoming an immortal, and it had existed since the archaic era. It was rumored to be an ancient object from the legendary era, and it might very well attract saints who did not abide by the rules. You too should go on your way. Take advantage of the fact that the various sects are all gathered in front of the central ancient watchtower. If you wait a bit longer, who knows, the rainbow altar might even turn into a sea of war. That kind of thing is also extremely important, said the blind old man. Correct, the rainbow altar is of great importance, and that is something that must be fought over. You should take this opportunity to leave. The monkey also spoke. It's a pity that I can't fight against the Alcade Saint Child. I want to finish him off before I leave. Yi Fan was very regretful. Don't worry with me here, even if he really is an emperor, so what if he obtained the inheritance of an ancient great emperor? The monkey was full of confidence, and the golden fur on his body flickered with radiance. Yi Fan nodded. In the present world, the monkey was not weaker than any of his peers, and his future heights were unimaginable. The most important thing was that the victorious fighting Buddha was still alive and overseeing Mount Meru. Who would dare to touch a single hair on his head? The Alcade Saint Child is very smart. He won't dare to cause trouble in the next few decades, or else he will understand the consequences, said the half-saint Qiluo. He would definitely become a killing saint, and the threat he posed was far greater than ordinary saints. If he really wanted to be ruthless, he could simply stab through the entire world. Don't worry, my family has the void mirror, and it's enough to deal with the black golden dragon pattern cauldron. Ji Ziyue also spoke. From a certain perspective, the clans that had produced a great emperor were far superior to the other holy lands. Duanda spoke in an unconcerned manner. Do you think my heaven-devouring demonic jar is just a decoration? In the future, build a mountain for me in the heavenly village, and call it the Emperor's Tomb. That would be loud enough. In the future, stay at my place and we can attack the Alcade Holy Land when we have nothing to do. I feel that we can most likely dig out some rare items, because every time we pass by the southern region, I feel that the Alcade Holy Land is like a huge gravestone, like a religion built on top of a grave. His words amused everyone. This lord was very ruthless, and no one could provoke him. He was always thinking about the ancestral graves of others, and no one was afraid of him. With this emperor here, who dares to be insensible? When we return, we can set up hundreds of killing formations and wipe out the Alcade Holy Land. The Black Emperor boasted shamelessly. Let's go, let's be on our way. Yi Fan pulled on the quiet Pang Bo. The group passed through the ancestral temple and walked towards the deepest part. There were no ancient buildings, no trees, and no signs of life. It was shrouded in a strange and mysterious mist. Chapter 9:21. This place is a little strange. Why is there such a thick fog? The large black dog muttered. The gray fog was as thick as a wall, and the scenery was unclear. The five-colored altar was very far ahead, and it gave off an oppressive feeling through the lead fog. This place was lifeless. There was not a single plant, and only bare rocks and soil could be seen. They walked forward together. In this spacious land, there was only the sound of footsteps. It was as if they had arrived at the end of the world. There was no vitality, and no living beings could be seen. The five-colored altar was in sight. Time had not caused it to collapse. Through the fog, it could be vaguely seen. It stood on the mountain, and every piece of five-colored stone was a page of history. Don't go forward. In a while, the five-colored altar will activate, and there will be a large energy wave. Don't hurt yourself. Yi Fan looked at them with a hint of sadness. They were about to part here. This was an unforgettable mark in their lives. They were going to cross the galaxy and meet each other, but they might not see each other again in this lifetime. The distance between them was too far. Compared to the vast universe, humans were really too insignificant. Even if they used the power of thousands of lifetimes, they could only travel a short distance in the cold and lonely universe. Accumulated in light years, it made people sigh at their own insignificance. Goodbye. They waved their hands wordlessly. At this moment, what else could they say? This departure might be for the rest of their lives. Qi Luo, the monkey, Dongfang Yi, and the others walked up one by one, and patted the shoulders of Yi Fan and Pang Bo. The large black dog bid farewell in a different way. He opened his mouth and bit down fiercely. It was so painful that Yi Fan almost slapped him. Ji Ziyue shed tears and looked at Yi Fan silently. She tidied his clothes and waved her hand lightly with a smile. Sparkling tears rolled down her white cheeks. Yi Fan stretched out his hand and wiped the tears off her face. Then, he turned around. There was no need to say too many sad words when parting. Everything was expressed in silence. He and Pang Bo strode into the depths of the fog. The world was silent. Only the footsteps of Yi Fan and Pang Bo could be heard. The gray fog flowed as the five-colored altar got closer and closer. The two of them were silent along the way, especially Pang Bo, who had not spoken a single word before entering this region. Yi Fan thought of Master God Diviner. In his prophecy, he did not see anyone traveling with him. Furthermore, the ancient Buddha in the western desert had not mentioned anything about it. This made him feel uneasy. He walked shoulder to shoulder with Pang Bo, the cauldron of all life qi above his head, and the deity striking whip in his hand, in order to avoid any accidents. They had arrived at the five-colored altar. Yi Fan was excited as he turned back to look at Ji Ziyue and company. He only saw a few blurry figures waving at him as he waved goodbye. However, when he turned around again, he was immediately dumbfounded. Pang Bo had disappeared from the face of the earth. Pang Bo! Yi Fan shouted loudly. He activated the rose symbol art and turned into a streak of light as he traveled through this place. He released his powerful divine sense to search for traces of him. Pang Bo's figure floated in the air as if he had never appeared. There was no trace of qi at all. He seemed to be neither alive nor dead. It was indescribably strange. This defied common sense. Yi Fan's divine sense was so powerful that it was impossible for a person to leave without a trace unless he was a saint. At this moment, he broke out in a cold sweat. What exactly was going on? Why did Pang Bo disappear without a trace? It was as if he had melted into the gray mist. What happened? Qi Luo, the monkey, and the others all rushed over when they heard the cry. Ji Ziyue was very nervous as she looked at him with her large, quick-witted eyes. The others also felt that something was wrong. How could a living person disappear into thin air? It was just a moment of turning around. Don't worry, he's very safe. He's not in any danger. The blind old man said as he took out a soul lamp. The flames were blazing and dancing. This was what the blind old man had requested everyone to light up before they came in. This was to prevent accidents from happening when they were separated. At this moment, it finally came in handy. Can we use this to find him? Yi Fan asked. No, we can only know that he's in good condition. We can't use this to find him, the blind old man said. They couldn't understand why Pang Bo had suddenly disappeared. According to the soul lamp, he wasn't in any danger, so how could he have disappeared? Let's look for him, but don't act alone, Qi Luo warned. Apart from him, the others were in pairs as they searched in all directions. This place was a little strange. They had taken out the heaven-devouring evil jar, hell soul-suppressing pagoda, and wolf tooth club. Pang Bo! Yi Fan shouted, but it was empty. This place was very quiet and there was nothing except for the gray mist. The few of them went in a big circle but couldn't find Pang Bo's shadow at all. They didn't know where he was. Let me do a divination, the blind old man said. He raised his hand and scattered a few pieces of tortoiseshell, arranging them into a strange shape. He's in the east. They got up and quickly chased after him. They were actually far away from this place as if they wanted to rush out of this small world. After a quarter of an hour, the blind old man divined again. According to the divination, he was even further away. He left this ancestral temple and went far away. Why is it like this? The few of them couldn't understand. Why did Pang Bo run away without a sound? Why didn't he inform them? You guys protect me. I'm going to do a great divination, the blind old man said. He took out a tortoiseshell that was as lustrous as jade. Every piece was an ancient object that had been polished until it was sparkling and translucent. With a crash, it scattered all over the ground. The blind old man frowned for a long time before saying, "He's already millions of miles away." The few of them were tongue-tied. He had obviously crossed the starry sky. Otherwise, how could he be so fast? No, he's tens of millions of miles away. He should be heading toward the eastern wasteland, the blind old man said. So far? Has Pang Bo gone mad? What is he doing? The Black Emperor bared his teeth. I don't believe it. Let's see what exactly is so strange about this place. Yi Fan turned around and walked towards the distant mist to re-enter. Did you guys notice that Pang Bo was extremely silent just now? Did he sense something at that time? But why didn't he tell us? Ji Ziyue was extremely meticulous. The few of them shivered inwardly. This was indeed the case. Just now, Pang Bo was extremely gloomy and didn't say a single word. Yi Fan rushed into the mist with large steps and returned to the front of the rainbow altar. He was suddenly alarmed. He sensed a few powerful auras that quickly blasted towards him. Pang! The ancient races appeared. They attached great importance to the rainbow altar as well. It was rumored that in the distant archaic years, they came from outer space to seize it. Pooh! Yi Fan's eyes were extremely cold. A fist smashed out, blasting a figure into a rain of blood. A sect master-level figure died on the spot. Stop him! The few of them shouted loudly. They were currently trying to take away the rainbow altar. If Yi Fan's group was a step late, this altar would have been moved away. Courting death. The monkey, Dongfang Yi, and the others all took action together. Especially when Qi Luo took action, even the Dao Severing King could only nurse a grievance. After a few miserable cries, these people all died. Yi Fan soared up. Suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation appeared beside him. The two great assassin divine dynasty's great completion kings appeared again and attacked with their holy weapons. Boom! Yi Fan shook the cauldron. The myriad origin energy above his head descended, and 9 colored flames surged out like a vast ocean. They burned until half the sky collapsed and a black hole appeared. However, it was precisely this great fire that attracted many people over. They naturally knew the importance of the rainbow altar, and many people rushed over to fight over it. Chang! Qi Luo took action and chased after that great completion king. Killing intent pervaded the air, and the gray mist surged. What? The altar is damaged? Yi Fan was astonished. When he saw the rainbow altar, his heart immediately went cold. This altar was built against the mountain, and nothing could be seen from below. But when he came up, he discovered that it was only a corner. The main body of the altar seemed to have been forcibly taken away by someone. Moreover, it wasn't something that happened recently. Looking at the ancient traces, it must have happened in the archaic era. Two figures descended from the sky. Hualin had beautiful blue hair, bright eyes, and white teeth. Her smile was very sweet as she landed on the altar together with her elder brother, Hua Qilin. Brother Yi, how was it? My words weren't wrong, right? An ancestor of my race saw us fighting shoulder to shoulder on the rainbow altar before he passed away. It really came true. Moreover, the altar should be complete and repaired very soon. Hualin smiled faintly. Boom! A large number of experts appeared in all directions. Their identities were unknown, and they concealed their true appearances. All of them wanted to take away the altar and attack the three people on it at the same time. Comparatively speaking, more than half of the murderous lights attacked Yi Fan. He could deduce that they were the old Killer King from the Killer God dynasty, the ancient race's Dao severing experts, and even more people trying to fish in troubled waters. Yi Fan unleashed a massacre. A strange phenomenon appeared as an immortal king stepped on the 9 heavens. He held a green lotus in his hand and swung it forcefully, severing dozens of bodies. Fresh blood sprinkled down and dyed the altar red. Kill! Shouts of war shook the sky. This place had also become the main battlefield. It was fine if there was no one fighting over it, but once the battle started, all parties would risk their lives. A large number of experts rushed over. Do you really think our holy weapons and emperor weapons are vegetarians? Below the altar, Dong Feng Yi and the others sneered. Hell Suppression, Soul Suppressing Pagoda, and Wolf Feng Cudgel rose up together. Immediately, bones and corpses piled up. A single strike would turn countless people into ashes. Boom! Suddenly, the might of the extreme Dao Emperor weapons appeared again. A terrifying black golden cauldron floated up in the distance, and a huge dragon flew out from the mouth of the cauldron. Clang! The heaven-swallowing demon jar trembled and flew up on its own. The lid opened, and the mouth of the jar was as deep as a bottomless pit. In an instant, the huge black dragon was swallowed up. Gzus soared into the sky and landed on the 5-colored altar. She stood side by side with Yi Fan, and they faced the many enemies together. Sister Ziyue, don't worry. Hua Liner smiled lightly and also charged over. Corpses piled up on the altar, and blood splattered everywhere. Qi Luo, Duan Da, and the large black dog also flew up and landed here. With the protection of the heaven-swallowing demon jar, no one dared to approach this place anymore. They all retreated like the tide. Boom! Only the black golden dragon pattern cauldron was unstoppable, still attacking. Celestial light soared into the sky from the mouth of the cauldron. It was reviving, and a shocking might soared. It was as if a galaxy was collapsing, and the sky was about to be destroyed. The heaven-swallowing demon jar floated up and down, and auspicious light gushed out. It was not only black light, but also like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, a living great emperor about to rush out. There was 9-colored divine light flickering inside, blocking the black golden cauldron. Rumble! Suddenly, a sound like a tsunami rang out. 9 crimson flags descended from the sky, bringing with them a world-destroying aura. They were going to flatten the entire altar and turn it into fine powder. This is an item of the bloodline of the undying heavenly emperor. Yi Fan was horrified. He had once obtained 81 great flags, and they were similar to this one. They had similar auras. Heavenly Imperial Prince, are you going to use a forbidden tool to kill us as well? Fire Qilin, who had been silent all this while, revealed a dense killing intent as he stared coldly into the distance. This is an extraordinary forbidden tool, and its might is beyond compare. Duanda quivered, and quickly used the heaven-swallowing demon jar to protect them. He temporarily stopped confronting the black golden dragon pattern cauldron. Boom! Although a forbidden tool could only be used a few times, its might was unparalleled. Moreover, it was an item of the bloodline of the undying heavenly emperor, and it was extremely terrifying. If it was not for the Emperor weapon, nothing else would be able to block it. Without any suspense, the 9 great flags were shattered by the heaven-swallowing demon jar, and they turned into a scarlet cloud that dissipated into the heaven and earth. However, the black golden dragon pattern cauldrons might become even stronger. Taking advantage of this opportunity, an immortal fetus formed in the cauldron's mouth and swooped down. Not good. Duanda cried out. This was the extreme Dao revival, and a well-prepared attack would inevitably be incomparably terrifying. No matter, the heaven-swallowing demon jar is the best since ancient times. It can fight on its own without any revival. Qilua was quite calm. As expected, the heaven-swallowing demon jar released a sigh. Boundless immortal light rushed into the sky like a great river, and immediately blocked the figure of that immortal fetus. Boom! It was as if the vast sea had burst its dike. An extreme Dao pressure came from another direction, and a terrifying beam of light enveloped the black golden dragon pattern cauldron. An ancient mirror was floating there. Brother! Ji Ziyue called out. Divine King Ji Haoyue appeared. He had been paying attention to his little sister from start to finish. Even when he was representing the family to fight over the immortal treasures in the central ancient watchtower, he never let down his guard. At this time, he finally took action. The blue sea surged, and a bright moon hung in the sky. That was his irregular phenomenon. The void ancient mirror floated above his head, and it released a terrifying beam of light that shot towards the black golden dragon pattern cauldron. His black hair was thick, and his battle intent was shocking. The divine king of a generation was undoubtedly on full display as he looked disdainfully in all directions. Now, many people could predict Ji Haoyue's future. His future was boundless, and his divine body would definitely shine brilliantly in the eastern wasteland. He would write his own legend. This was the extreme Dao immortal might. The power of the ancient mirror left behind by the Void Emperor was heaven-defying. That kind of light beam could destroy everything in its path, and it was enough to destroy a great sect. Flesh and blood couldn't stop it at all, unless the great emperor revived. The black golden dragon pattern cauldron trembled, and the draconic cry shook the 9 heavens, shaking the 9 netherworlds. 10,000 strands of immortal light quickly shot out, blocking the world-destroying attack. Pang! More than half of this small world immediately collapsed. The sky dome was destroyed, and it was connected to the outside world. Moreover, the terrifying void abyss spread into the distance at an astonishing speed. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. This was a world-destroying might. If this continued, not only would this place be destroyed, even the central continent would be in danger. Dang! The heaven-devouring demonic jar trembled, suspending above Yi Fan's head. He moved like a dragon or tiger, walking in the void, pressing forward. Strand after strand of immortal might were released, suppressing the black golden cauldron just like Ji Haoyue. It's over. Central continent is in a great disaster. Emperor weapons have revived, and there are 3 of them at once. This is an emperor war, and this continent might be easily destroyed. Many sect masters were trembling. Everything happened too suddenly. Not long ago, everyone was still restraining themselves, yet now, this type of thing happened. The black golden dragon pattern cauldron, void mirror, and heaven-devouring demonic jar. If they truly fought head-on, any one of them could sink millions of li. Chapter 922. The void mirror, heaven-devouring demonic jar, and dragon-patterned black gold cauldron clashed, creating an earth-shattering scene. It was unknown how many people fell to the ground, trembling in fear and unable to move. Most of this small world was shattered and connected to the outside world. If this continued, the ancestral temple of the past number 1 divine dynasty would be turned into ashes. Ear-splitting draconic cries rang out. Over 10,000 black dragons soared into the sky, their tails all inside the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron. Every single one of them was tens of thousands of zhang long and as thick as a mountain. Every single scale cast from black gold was as large as a door and flickered with a metallic luster. The dragon-patterned black gold cauldron floated up and down. Over 10,000 black true dragons leapt about in the cauldron, releasing countless strands of immortal light. That area was enshrouded in mist, and the enormous dragon bodies were incomparably terrifying. The void mirror's beam of light was astonishing. No one could look directly at it, and the beams of light it shot out were who knew how many times more brilliant than the sun. Those were strands of immortal sword divine light ringing about, cutting through everything. They hacked down on the endless black dragons' bodies, creating world-shaking sounds. This was the peak of immortal might. The dragon-patterned black gold cauldron fought against the void mirror. Both of them were priceless immortal treasures. Fortunately, they didn't land on the ground, or else the earth would have been destroyed. Yi Fan slaughtered his way over, and the heaven-devouring demonic jar also attacked. The jar's mouth spat out millions of strands of multicolored light, creating a beautiful scene. Multicolored clouds rose, and it was as if a peerless beauty appeared, hazy and unreal. The dragon-patterned black gold cauldron shook greatly. Over 10,000 black dragons roared at the same time, and an immortal core appeared at the mouth of the cauldron, releasing endless light. It was as if it was going to ascend to resist the heaven-devouring demonic jar. This final small world shook violently. Apart from the ancestral temple and the five-colored altar, everything else was destroyed, turning into powder and completely merging with the great world. Heaven and earth were destroyed. Wang. The dragon-patterned black gold cauldron released a Dao cry, releasing tens of thousands of strands of black light. All of the dragons entered the cauldron, and the immortal core also withdrew, turning into an eternal beam of immortal light as it tore through the sky. Those at the light-shaking realm had all fled. If this battle continued, they would inevitably suffer a great disaster. The weapons of the great ancient emperors were the most shocking. When the Mother-Fastress King Human King wielded the emperor weapon, he could slash down stars with unparalleled might. Even if they were the descendants of the Mother-Fastress King Human King, they could still cause the entire ancient planet to be in a state of desolation, with no signs of life remaining. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, it could be said to be a crisis of the world being slaughtered. Even the four great divine dynasties of the Central Plains were horrified, fearing that the emperor's might would spread. The blue sea undulated, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. This was the phenomenon of a bright moon rising from the sea. Ji Haoyue glanced over, put away the void mirror, and landed on the ground. Yi Fan nodded his head in thanks, and then he returned to the five-colored altar. The great powers without emperor weapons all withdrew, not daring to compete with them. The heavenly prince and the others also disappeared, no longer appearing. Why is it incomplete? Yi Fan was stupefied. He truly didn't have the slightest method. If the five-colored altar wasn't complete, how was he supposed to cross the starry skies? There's a teleportation array here. It seems like someone went in just now. Ji Ziyue's beautiful eyes glanced at the top of the mountain. The five-colored altar was built against the mountain, and there was a stone platform not far from here. Mottled marks had been left behind by time, and there were also many marks left behind by humans. It was profound and unfathomable. A miracle. This is an ancient emperor-level teleportation array. Where does it lead to? The large black dog exclaimed in surprise, his eyes burning with passion. With a whoosh, he scurried over. He began to quickly imitate the inscriptions. This kind of thing was priceless to him. If he could really comprehend it, he could benefit from it for the rest of his life. This kind of teleportation array was connected to the most fundamental thing of heaven and earth. Hua Lin, and Hua Qilin also stepped forward, standing behind Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, and the others. The other cultivators didn't dare to approach, and they could only look at it enviously. This kind of ancient emperor-level teleportation array most likely led to an inconceivable place. In front of the central ancestral temple, the various great powers moved. The eternal inheritances that controlled imperial weapons looked over here, and there were people approaching. They realized that this ancient teleportation array might be even more valuable, and it might lead to the most core location of the Yuhua God dynasty. The atmosphere became more and more tense. Everyone's attention was focused on this place. The aura of the archaic imperial weapon filled the air, and it was very likely that it would attack here. It was filled with killing intent. That's not right. Although that teleportation array is at the imperial level, it doesn't fit in with this place. It seems like it was carved later, and it was done in a hurry. It's just a small formation platform. That's right. Although it's very ancient, it doesn't seem like it was carved by the Yuhua God dynasty itself. Instead, it seems like it was done by someone who cut off a section of the five-colored sacrificial altar. There was no lack of Grandmaster-level figures who studied ancient formations here, and they weren't much inferior to the Black Emperor. At first, after observing and seriously comparing, they saw through the mystery and came to this conclusion. The killing intent retracted. Regardless of whether it was the weapons of the ancient emperors or the artifacts of the archaic emperors, they all stopped fluctuating. They didn't press forward anymore, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. The large black dog took out a few pieces of divine source and inserted them into the grooves on the stone platform. This ancient teleportation array instantly lit up, and there were golden lines moving along the grooves, finally interweaving to form a door. Different from other Dao patterns, these patterns interweaved together to form a real door. The frame seemed to be forged from gold, and it was dazzling. Moreover, the scene on the other side of the door could be clearly seen. It was as if one would reach their destination after stepping through it, and it wasn't crossing the void. That is, everyone was stunned. The first thing that entered their eyes was a 5-colored sacrificial altar. It was very grand, but it wasn't complete. It was naturally ancient and had the vicissitudes of history. That was the accumulation of time. Every piece of stone had a mark of time, and it told the truth of eternity. There was nothing that could last for a long time. Why does it look so familiar? Someone revealed a puzzled look, unable to remember for a moment. Yi Fan was immediately petrified. He was stunned because he instantly knew where this place was. He had once risked his life to enter and exit this place. The Black Emperor inserted another 2 pieces of divine source into the grooves. The golden door enlarged, and the scene on the other side became clearer. Everyone immediately let out cries of surprise. Many people knew where this ancient teleportation array led to. Above a pitch-black abyss, the 5-colored sacrificial altar was motionless and lifeless. There were 9 holy mountains in the surroundings, and it was they that formed that bottomless abyss. It was pitch black, making one's mind involuntarily sink into it. It's actually ancient, desolate, forbidden land. Everyone was shocked. It was to the extent where they could see an undying precious tree that was half the height of a person, as well as a divine spring. It made one's heart tremble. Why does it lead there? Who exactly was it that cut off the 5-colored sacrificial altar and sealed it at the entrance of the abyss? Everyone thought to themselves, unable to find an answer. This was a demonic earth. Regardless of who approached it, they would face a life-and-death disaster. This was especially the case with the desolate land at the bottom of the abyss. There was an unknown and terrifying existence that could seize life and time. It really is the ancient, desolate, forbidden land, there is no doubt about it. Everyone felt that this was inconceivable. This ancient teleportation array was too mysterious. It actually led to a life-forbidden land, and it was so strange. It formed a golden door, and everything on the other side could be clearly seen. One could reach it with a single step. One has to understand that this was the central continent, and right now, one could reach the eastern wasteland southern region with just a single step. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of li they were separated from each other. Mortals would need hundreds to thousands of lifetimes, and cultivators would need more than 10 years to fly. Many people became impulsive. There was the divine silkworm race's 9-wonder divine medicine there. And now, it had been divided into 9 stalks. Right now, it could be said that it was almost within reach. If they rushed over, they might be able to dig up 1 or 2 stalks. Almost in that instant, this place erupted with commotion. Many people couldn't hold themselves back, all of them wishing to rush over and pick the undying divine medicine. Back then, the various sects spent endless effort to no avail, and now, the opportunity was right before their eyes. This was especially the case with the ancient races. They couldn't sit still any longer, especially the divine silkworm race's experts. They immediately flew onto the altar, arriving before them, staring rigidly forward. Yi Fan and the others didn't stop them, calmly watching the situation develop. They were well aware of how terrifying that place was. Even if they could enter, they might not necessarily be able to reach the divine medicine. Swoosh! There were some who couldn't hold themselves back. More than 20 figures rushed through the golden door, all of them experts. When their feet descended, they all appeared on the 5-colored altar. Everyone held their breaths, paying close attention. More than 20 people fell onto the 5-colored altar, their appearances quickly aging. Everyone could clearly see their white hair and wrinkles on their skin. This scene made everyone feel great fear. There were some who leapt high into the air, wishing to rush down from the 5-colored altar to pick the undying divine medicine. However, what was horrifying was that they had long lost all of their magical force and cultivation, directly falling into the abyss, unable to fly at all. Ah! This left everyone in despair. They were trapped on the five-colored altar. The floating altar was directly above the abyss, still quite a bit of distance from the several holy mountains' cliffs. These people had lost their cultivation and magical force, unable to fly, so how could they jump so far with their flesh alone? Miserable cries sounded. They were on the five-colored altar, directly facing the abyss. The Huang aura was the strongest. They were quickly declining, some of them already skin and bones, eye sockets sunken, white hair falling down, looking just like skeletons, incomparably terrifying. One or two of them understood formations, bringing out formation cores, wishing to cross over and escape, but it was completely useless. In this life-restricted region, the Tao patterns had been erased, unable to display any use. The people on this side shivered inwardly rejoicing that they didn't rush into the golden door, or else they would also meet the same end, almost no path of life left. This life-restricted region couldn't be carved with divine patterns, unable to be crossed. Only this ancient great emperor-level special formation could enter. But for them, this was only a path of death. Ah! The people on the five-colored altar cried out miserably. Many people increased their speed, preparing to cross the void and reach the holy mountains, but they fell into the abyss one after another, releasing heart-wrenching cries of old age. Devil land. So it was like this, the five-colored altar needs to be repaired. No wonder there was an accident back then when the 9 dragons pulled the coffin, it was because the altar was damaged. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Little Yi, don't go, it's too dangerous. Jianghu was on the verge of tears. There's no time, perhaps the five-colored altar will sink into the abyss soon, I can't wait any longer. Moreover, the passage of time can't deprive me of my lifespan. I've safely entered and exited this place before. Yi Fan made up his mind. Someone crossed over. Everyone cried out in alarm. Another person stepped into the teleportation formation, landing on the five-colored altar. This was an ancient race with wings. He immediately flapped his wings and flew towards the holy mountain. He succeeded. Many people clenched their fists, but what awaited him was a narrow escape from death. As soon as he landed on the abyss, his wings were immediately shattered. He staggered forward, and in the end, he still fell on the cliff. Even though he failed, there wasn't a single ancient race member with divine wings who wasn't moved. They all wanted to take the risk and gamble. I can't wait any longer, I should go on my way. Otherwise, if they continue like this, the desolate slaves might be lured out. Yi Fan said to himself. Chapter 923. You have to think about it carefully. Putting everything else aside, just the obstacle of the forbidden ancient land is already very difficult. Even if you can successfully step onto the ancient path of the galaxy and reach the other side, what if it's all for naught? The monkey said seriously. This was not impossible. Even if he went through all the hardships on the way back, Yi Fan might not be able to see his parents. So many years had passed. Perhaps things were still the same, but people had changed. Maybe it's really all for naught. Even if I return to my homeland, I might not be able to see anything. But if I don't go back, I will regret it for the rest of my life, Yi Fan said to himself. Seriously, he had already left Earth for more than 20 years. At that time, his parents were already showing signs of old age. After so many years, anything could happen. There was no time. Now, Yi Fan really could not stay any longer. If he went back a few years later, there would be almost no suspense or anticipation. These years, he could not calm down. There was always a kind of anxiety in his heart. No matter what the result is, even if the worst thing happens, I have to go back. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest in peace for the rest of my life. No matter what the road ahead was, Yi Fan had to go back. It was human nature. He could not give up everything here, but he could not abandon his parents. You take care. I will pray for you every day. Jianghu's eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She pointed to the sky, telling him that if he missed his old friends, he could look up every night. The shortest and longest distance in the world were the souls. You really have to go. If your fate with the mortal world is over, I hope that one day you can return. Qi Luo sighed and patted Yi Fan's shoulder. Everyone knew that this was almost impossible. If there were no accidents, this might be the last time they would see Yi Fan. Because even they did not know the coordinates of the Big Dipper galaxy, how could he return? Actually, I really want to go with you to the other side of the galaxy to conduct great archaeological research. Unfortunately, that place is difficult to cultivate in, so I don't dare to go. Duanda stepped forward to bid farewell. Here, use it when you enter the life-forbidden zone later. The large black dog opened his mouth and spat out a small purple jade gourd. It was only the size of a thumb. After it was opened, multicolored light gushed out, giving off a strong fragrance that made one feel as if they were ascending. All the pores on their body relaxed. Immortal divine medicine. Everyone was stupefied. They never thought that the greedy and shameless big dog would have such a thing on him. He was actually willing to take it out at such a crucial moment. Where did you get it? The few of them couldn't believe it. Divine phoenixes danced in the air as scarlet multicolored light scattered down. Specks of immortal light flickered, and a sweet fragrance assailed the nostrils. There seemed to be a phoenix imprisoned within the small purple jade gourd, and there was a world-shocking scene lingering about it. This is Emperor Wuxia's immortal divine phoenix medicine, the large black dog exclaimed. Of course, this could not possibly be an entire stock of divine medicine. There were only 4 drops of divine phoenix medicine's blood essence, and each drop could bring a person back to life. Several years ago, it almost died, but it was saved by little Nan Nan's tears. Afterwards, in order to protect itself, it entered Mount Purple and extracted a few drops of divine liquid from that stock of immortal medicine. It had always carried it on its body. That damned bird has become a spirit, and it's an old acquaintance. I begged and begged to get 4 drops, and I won't give more no matter what. No one would have thought that the large black dog would suddenly be so generous at the last moment. One had to realize that in the past, he had often done things like killing acquaintances, snatching treasures whenever he saw them. Wherever he passed, not even a crooked gourd would be left behind. Give us the holy fruit and the immortal true dragon medicinal liquid drops. This time, you're lacking these things to survive, so hurry up and accept them before I change my mind, the large black dog said, baring his teeth. Yi Fan did not refuse. He was about to cross over and leave. He truly needed these things to preserve his life. The monkey and the others wanted to return the holy fruit and true dragon medicinal liquid to him, but they were rejected. 4 drops of immortal phoenix liquid were enough for him to enter and leave several times. The medicinal fragrance alerted everyone nearby, and many greedy gazes looked over. However, when they saw the purple jade gourd in Yi Fan's hand, none of them dared to make a move. They did not dare to provoke this killing god. Have a safe journey. The few of them knew that they could not make Yi Fan stay no matter what, so they could only send him off and give him their sincere blessings. You guys have to take care too. Yi Fan looked at them, wanting to imprint each and every one of them in his heart forever. Then he resolutely turned around, and divine light flowed around his hands. This incomplete 5-colored altar was put away, falling into his spatial artifact to repair the true altar. Many people from the ancient race and other great human forces were unwilling, but they did not dare to stop him. The heaven-devouring demon jar was floating, and no one was willing to make a big fuss over it. After all, it was only a corner of the altar, and it could not be of great use. Yi Fan strode over and entered that ancient teleportation formation, walking towards that golden door, about to leave just like that. Little Yi Fan! Jianghu cried loudly, her tears falling in pairs. Tears rolled down her jade-white face, wetting her clothes. Yi Fan's heart ached, and he muttered to himself. He waved his arms and looked at the few of them. He was also unwilling, but he had no other choice. Don't forget, there is a group of old friends here waiting for your return. Although the few of them said this, they knew that this might be the last time they would see Yi Fan. The lonely universe was too vast, and it would be difficult for them to meet again in this life. Goodbye! Yi Fan turned around resolutely and walked towards the golden door. When he looked back, that purple-clothed girl was still there, waving her hand with all her might, shouting something loudly. She tried her best to smile, but there were sparkling tears on her jade-white face. Yi Fan pulled off a jade pendant, and it turned into a beam of light, falling into Jianghu's hands. On the other side of the starry sky, this was a flawless mutton-fat jade material. It was sparkling and beautiful, and there was almost no flaw. It was something that Yi Fan had carried with him for many years. He was about to go far away, so he didn't want to say too much. He didn't want to leave any more sadness. Only this item could be kept as a souvenir. Yi Fan took a step forward and set off on his journey. Monkey, Duanda, Black Emperor, Dongfang Yi, and the others were also watching, sending him off. Yi Fan. Ji Ziyue burst into tears. Dongfang Yi and the others also had tears in their eyes. They had once fought side by side, gone through life and death together, and they had once dominated the world together. But now, they had no choice but to separate. It would be difficult for them to meet again in this life. Goodbye, my friends. These were the last words of Yi Fan as he disappeared from the ancient teleportation formation. All the heroes of the world were watching quietly, and they were all shocked. They could see that Yi Fan was about to go far away and leave this world. The human race's holy physique is about to leave. He has returned after 12 years, and now, I'm afraid that he will leave forever and never return. This world has one less contender on the Emperor's road. This was clearly a major event, and it caused a huge uproar. The ancestral temple was noisy, and many people began to discuss it. Without a doubt, the world would lack an unparalleled expert in the future. This was a major event that everyone could foresee. The human race's holy physique would disappear from this world without his participation. The great Emperor's road is not perfect without the great completion of the holy physique. It's enough that a few ancient princes have come into being. Otherwise, who knows how many heroes will fall when the holy physique reaches great completion one day. Perhaps there will be less white bones and blood. Many elders of the human race sighed in pity. Yi Fan leaving was, in a sense, a great loss for the human race. On the other hand, many people of the ancient race rejoiced. Without the human race's holy physique, the world seemed to be much brighter in the future. A hero who could kill the 8th generation of the primitive emperor would suppress the younger generation to the point that they couldn't breathe. This jade pendant. Duanda stared at the mutton-fat jade in Ji Ziyue's hand. It was completely natural and had no knife marks. There was a red thread tied to it. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "It's very similar to the jade pendant that was thrown on Wuxia's platform. Could it be the same reincarnation?" He murmured softly. He glanced at Ji Ziyue and thought of that saintess. He shuddered. He had been robbing graves all year round and didn't believe in reincarnation and fate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dug graves. However, this jade pendant really did seem to be very similar to the one that was thrown on Wuxia's platform beside the saintess skull. The human race's holy physique hasn't aged yet. He's repairing the 5-colored altar. Many people of the ancient race exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. Through the golden door, they could see that the grand altar above the abyss was being repaired by Yi Fan. The missing corner was seamlessly joined together with the main body. There was even a 5-colored stone pillar that filled the center of the 5-colored altar, making it complete in an instant. It was no longer missing and had become a complete entity. Yi Fan swallowed a drop of the immortal phoenix's blood essence and then gulped down the divine spring in the jade bottle. His appearance didn't age, his body was immortal, and his vitality was exuberant. He was full of vigor and energy, stunning everyone. At this time, many winged races of the ancient race had sent in large numbers of experts. They landed on the altar and wanted to cross to the opposite cliff to pluck the 9 wondrous divine medicines. At this time, an unforeseen event occurred. A fallen winged race's Dao-severing king picked up a crucial cornerstone and laughed coldly. He flapped his wings and flew to the opposite cliff. You can't leave with the human race's holy physique. Just die on the 5-colored altar. He laughed coldly. This couldn't be said to be not vicious. If the 5-colored altar couldn't be activated, it would be equivalent to being in a dangerous place. It was too far from the cliff, and without cultivation and magic power, it was impossible to leap onto the holy mountain. Yi Fan would be trapped there to death. Wonderful, it turns out that killing the human race's holy physique is so simple. He only needs to move a single stone and he will die without a burial. Some ancient race beings were enlightened. Ji Ziyue, Monkey, and the others were so furious that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was too vicious. Taking away a piece of stone had turned the entire altar into a lone island, forcing Yi Fan to be unable to advance or retreat. He was going to be trapped to death. Too vicious. The large black dog was furious, but he couldn't help. It was useless even if he rushed in. Yi Fan. Ji Ziyue's willowy eyebrows furrowed as she glared at those ancient race beings with her large intelligent eyes. Damn it! Even Qi Luo was filled with killing intent, yet he couldn't help. Some of the ancient race beings laughed loudly. This result had exceeded their expectations. Although the human race's holy physique was about to leave, it wasn't safe in the end. Perhaps only a dead person would pose the least threat. The one who will kill you is Lu Donglai. The fallen winged race's Dao-severing king who had first moved away a cornerstone laughed coldly, his expression filled with mockery. His younger brother, Lu Dongfa, had died at the hands of Yi Fan. Now, he was naturally seeking revenge. He had caught Yi Fan off guard, and he had come up with this plan to kill Yi Fan. At this moment, another group of beings with wings began to move. They belonged to different races, and they wanted to destroy the 5-colored sacrificial altar so that the human race's holy physique wouldn't have a chance. Several dozen to over 100 figures swooped down, completely disregarding the fact that they didn't have much time left. They wanted to overturn the sacrificial altar. Some laughed sinisterly, some sneered coldly, and their expressions were filled with satisfaction. Some of them were incredibly vicious. Who do you think I am? Even in this life-forbidden zone, I'm not someone you can humiliate. Even if you're a half-saint, you'll still have to die if you bully me. Yi Fan said coldly. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like cold lightning. He let out a loud roar, and the 9 holy mountains all rumbled, sending over a dozen people crashing into an ancient abyss. All the ancient race beings were so shocked that their expressions changed. In this place, although Yi Fan didn't have any cultivation or magic power, he still had his innately powerful physical body. With a wave of his hand, over 100 sources of speed shot out, and they streaked across the sky like comets. Pooh! Pooh! Miserable cries sounded at almost the same time. All of the people who threw themselves at the 5-colored altar were struck. How great was the power of the divine body! They were directly penetrated by the source stones, and blood poured out as they fell into the abyss. They were all killed in a single strike. At the same time, Yi Fan leapt high into the air. He actually crossed the abyss and landed on top of the holy mountain. Everyone was stupefied. Just how powerful was his physical body? In a situation where he lost his magical power and cultivation, he actually jumped this far with just his physical strength alone. This simply exceeded everyone's understanding. Was this the limit of the physical body? Everyone was stunned. Pang! Yi Fan relied on the power of his physical body to leap over the abyss and arrive at the other side. He kicked downwards from the air, stepping on Lu Donglai's body, and then he landed on top of the holy mountain. Pooh! The power of this kick was extremely great. Lu Donglai's bones were broken and his muscles snapped on the spot. His chest was blasted open, and his limbs were broken. Blood splashed onto the ground. There's no need to tell me your name, because I don't need to know. Yi Fan stepped on his body. His words were extremely cold as he looked down at him. Are you still human? Lu Donglai had already severed his Dao, and he was the most stunning genius of the fallen feather race. He was the future hope of contending for supremacy with the emperor race. Unexpectedly, he died here. His words were extremely clear, full of shock and unwillingness. A wingless human, in a situation where he couldn't use cultivation, actually leapt up, as if he was flying, crossing over. This almost exceeded the limits of the human body. I guarantee it, I'm a human. Lu Donglai carried unwillingness and shock as he died an unnatural death. On the central continent side, everyone was horrified. The human race's divine body was too powerful. This kind of physique was truly unrivaled. He could even leap through the ancient abyss. He was definitely a great enemy of the ancient emperor's son. Fortunately, he is about to leave. Otherwise, there might be an ancient prince who fell in the future. The ancient race's older generation expert sighed. Yi Fan didn't hurry on his way and directly arrived at the divine spring. He first drank to his heart's content, and then he took out several jade bottles to quickly collect the water. Even though the use of spatial magical artifacts here was minimal, they could still store several dozen to over 100 jin. Following that, he broke off a few branches and leaves from the 9 wondrous divine medicine and took a bit of its roots. Only then did he grab the cornerstone and leap high into the air like a golden-winged pang, landing on the altar. On the central continent side, many people's eyes became red. That was the divine spring and the branches and leaves of the undying divine medicine. They were all priceless divine objects. At the same time, everyone became even more apprehensive. He could even leap while carrying the cornerstone. Yi Fan's constitution was too shocking. After landing on the rainbow altar, Yi Fan's pupils contracted. This was because a few people walked over from the Golden Gate and descended from the sky. There wasn't just one figure, but he only stared at one of them and ignored the others. It was a white-clothed female who stood in front of him and surged with killing intent. It was precisely Li Xiaoman. Chapter 924. Li Xiaoman had arrived. She appeared at the most crucial moment when they were about to leave. The coldness and killing intent in her eyes were undisguised. She walked over step by step, holding a cracked Buddha statue in her hand. Buddha's light protected her body. Li Xiaoman. Yi Fan shouted loudly. His entire body was exuberant. Even though it couldn't surge out, it was still at its peak. In this life-restricted zone, it could be said to be a miracle. Chang. Divine radiance suddenly appeared between Li Xiaoman's fingers. This was the embodiment of her cultivation. This was an incomparably terrifying matter. In this ancient desolate forbidden zone, even the Tao-severing kings were turned into mortals, yet her cultivation was preserved. Li Xiaoman's killing intent was terrifying. She shot over like lightning, her snow-white clothes fluttering in the wind. She was like a streak of white light, extremely fast and ruthless. Her palm and fingers cut towards Yi Fan's neck to remove his head. Dang! Yi Fan had no magical power and lost his cultivation, so he could only rely on his physical body to resist. When he collided with that lustrous light, a sky-shaking sound rang out. What? How is this possible? Why hasn't she been turned into a mortal? On the Central Plains side, everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at everything in disbelief. In this life-restricted zone, even ancient saints could only nurse a grievance. In recent years, several groups of ancient kings had entered to pluck the 9 wondrous divine medicine, but they all failed. No matter how powerful Li Xiaoman was, she couldn't compare to saints. How could she be unharmed and even use her cultivation? Could it be that she was on par with the divine silkworm princess and the victorious fighting Buddha? It's the Buddha statue in her hand that protected her and strengthened her cultivation and magical power. The Black Emperor stared fixedly at the white-clothed woman on the 5-colored altar. That's an exceptional forbidden artifact refined by the Quasi-Emperor. Duanda had seen countless grave treasures, but he was still shocked. That was definitely a supreme treasure. In Li Xiaoman's left hand was a small Buddha statue made of bronze. It was only the height of a fist, and its face carried a sorrowful expression. It was vivid and lifelike, but it looked very old as if it was about to rust. Sakyamuni. The people of Western Desert Buddhism also came. A divine monk's eyes released lightning radiance as he recognized that Buddha statue. He sucked in a breath of cold air. That was the demonic shell in their eyes. This is the Quasi-Emperor's forbidden weapon. It temporarily stopped Huang's power, releasing a mysterious aura. Moreover, Buddhist light was added to Li Xiaoman's body, preserving her cultivation, making her flesh sturdy and imperishable. Fortunately, that Buddha statue is covered in cracks and is almost rotten. Otherwise, Yi Fan would be in danger. Qi Luo said. Even so, the Buddha statue in Li Xiaoman's hand was still terrifying. It slowly rose into the air and hung above her head. It was simple and natural, supporting her physical body and cultivation. Clang! She could contend against Yi Fan's flesh, releasing waves of metallic sounds. After receiving the support of Quasi-Emperor's forbidden artifact, her entire body possessed a trace of immortal characteristics, comparable to a reincarnated ancient emperor's bloodline. This was a dangerous confrontation. The movements of the two people were like floating clouds and flowing water, full of beauty, but each step was filled with killing intent. All kinds of killing moves were untraceable. Yi Fan couldn't help but be shocked. How powerful was his physical body? Yet here, Li Xiaoman could actually face him head-on. This exceeded common sense. The two didn't say anything, immediately engaging in a life-and-death battle. The only fortunate thing was that the bronze Buddha statue was about to collapse. The cracks were like spider webs, increasing as time passed. After being corroded by Huang's power, it was clear that it wouldn't last long. It was because the forbidden artifact could only be used a few times, let alone in this kind of place. Even though there were strange mysteries, it would inevitably be destroyed after a long time. At the same time, Ji Ziyue, Dongfang Yi, and the others all thought of the events from 12 years ago. At that time, Li Xiaoman produced a 10,000 zhang long golden alligator, chasing after the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. She was definitely borrowing the power of this Buddhist forbidden artifact. Li Xiaoman's white hand moved like a dragon. A streak of rainbow flew out from her palm and turned into an immortal blade, hacking at the top of Yi Fan's head in a ruthless manner. Pa! Yi Fan took a step to the right and formed a sword art. His palm and fingers slashed out, hacking at the rainbow radiance. Immediately, divine radiance shot out in all directions, producing strands of dazzling light and disintegrating this attack. Plus, his upper body didn't move. His right leg swung up and lashed out like a whip. Even though he didn't have any cultivation or spiritual power, the sheer force of his physical body twisted the space around him. The power of this strike could be seen. Any sect master level figure, or even a Dao Severing King, would have their bones turned into mud and turned into minced meat. They would undoubtedly die without a doubt without any suspense. This was because this was the attack of the human race's sacred physique. Even if it was just pure physical power, it could still kill peerless experts. This was one of the fundamental reasons why this type of physique could move unhindered through the world. Li Xiaoman was like a soft willow. The lower half of her body didn't move, and the upper half leaned back as if she didn't have bones. She avoided this fierce attack. Vital energy surged, releasing a terrifying rumbling sound. Yi Fan's leg was even more terrifying than the immortal severing whip. It passed right above Li Xiaoman's head, shattering the void. Moreover, this type of astral wind made a streak of blood appear on her spotlessly white forehead. A strand of fine black hair even fell down. It was extremely dangerous. If she didn't avoid it, her beautiful head would have definitely been kicked until tens of thousands of peach blossoms bloomed. Wang! The void trembled. Evil winds assaulted his face, attacking towards Yi Fan. There was someone else who took action. Even though he couldn't use magical power or cultivation, his fist power was unmatched. This was a Dao Severing King. His entire body was sparkling white and transparent like a person made of crystal. Exceptional power flowed within his body, and his power was great and ferocious. It was far more tyrannical than a normal Dao Severing King's body, blasting the void until it collapsed. What? This is a stone king. Its body shell is the most powerful and almost indestructible. Everyone on Central Continent's side cried out in alarm. This was a great demon, and it was clear that he came together with Li Xiaoman. They took action together to kill Yi Fan. This is a rarely seen Vajra demon. Once it severs the Dao, its body is almost unparalleled under the heavens. The so-called Vajra demon wasn't a nine-aperture divine spirit nurtured by heaven and earth. Even though it was also a stone person, its essence was different. It was a sturdy diamond that had achieved Dao and turned into a human. Pang! He brandished his almost transparent fist, reflecting the seven-colored divine light of the sun. He forcefully exchanged a blow with Yi Fan, but his body didn't shatter. One could imagine how sturdy and powerful it was. Such a large piece of diamond. How many diamonds can it carve out? This kind of thing has achieved Dao and become a demon. No wonder it has an immortal divine body. Yi Fan said to himself. Even his palm and fingers were aching. At this moment, the old king of the fallen wings race also stepped through the golden gate and appeared on the rainbow altar. Together with the exceptional experts of the other races, there were 7 or 8 people who surrounded Yi Fan and Yi Fan. They all had spiritual medicines in their mouths, and almost all of them had severed the Dao. Pa! This was a contest of pure power. Almost everyone was holding a rare treasure that was almost comparable to a damaged divine weapon. They couldn't use their magic power or cultivation, so the sharpness of their weapons was the only thing they could rely on to kill Yi Fan. This was because apart from Li Xiaoman, who possessed the Quasi-Emperor's forbidden weapon, and the Vajra demon, who was naturally unbreakable, the bodies of the others couldn't compete with the human race's divine body. They would die without a doubt if they were hit. Pang! At this moment, Yi Fan displayed his terrifying side. His body was unbreakable, and his blood and qi were like the sea. He was invincible, and he was like a bolt of lightning as he charged forward. He was still invincible under the siege of everyone. His golden right fist smashed a Dao Severer into meat paste. Blood, flesh, and bones splattered in all directions. Then, Yi Fan leaped up like an arrow piercing through the clouds. It was as if he could fly. He went against the sky and grabbed an ancient race member with divine wings. He tore him apart in the sky, and a large amount of blood rained down. This is a Dao Severer King, and he died just like that. On the Central Plain side, Everyone's hearts were pounding. In the life-forbidden zone, Yi Fan was almost invincible. His pure physical body was simply a human-shaped weapon. He could kill gods and Buddhas in his way. When Yi Fan descended, he was as fast as lightning. He swooped down head first, and a pair of golden fists smashed towards Li Xiaoman. They shattered the vacuum, and it was as if they were carrying a part of the sky as they smashed down. Pang! Li Xiaoman brought out the Quasi-Emperor's forbidden weapon. That bronze Buddha statue flew up and faced Yi Fan. Radiance pervaded the air. Even though its body was cracked, it still made people feel intimidated. Yi Fan opened his mouth and spat out a strand of innate essence energy. He couldn't use his cultivation, but the drawn-out energy was still present. His body immediately flew backwards and rushed to the other side. Wang! His body turned in the air, and his right leg swept out heavily. The pressure caused the void to rumble and shake violently. Then there was a pang. His right leg was like steel, and it smashed the head of a Blood Lightning King's Dao Severer into pieces. Blood and brain matter gushed out, and the aged corpse fell into the endless abyss. His body hadn't even landed on the ground when he leaped to the other side with the force of that kick. He stretched out his right arm and pushed out horizontally. Cautious sounds of bones cracking rang out. He leaped to the side of the fallen wing race's Dao Severer King and shattered all of his sternum. His body split into pieces and fell into the abyss. All of this happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, fast to the extreme. Yi Fan killed 3 kings in the sky, shocking everyone until they were petrified, feeling a wave of fear. Bang! Pa! This was a terrifying battle. Yi Fan became more and more courageous as he fought. Even though his enemies were almost at the Dao Severing realm and had powerful vitality, they were useless in this place. They were still aging. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. Yi Fan's fist pierced through another Dao Severing King's chest, causing it to split apart. Blood gushed out like a small river. The next moment was even more miserable. Yi Fan grabbed another Dao Severing King with extreme speed. He stepped on one of his legs and grabbed the other, and then he smashed him onto the 5-colored altar. When they saw this scene, none of the ancient races dared to send anyone else to take action. Who could match up to such ferocity? Above the ancient abyss, the divine physique was invincible. He was as lively as a dragon or a tiger. Dang! Yi Fan fought against Li Xiaoman, who had cultivation, while he fought against the Vajra great monster. The two of them collided, and from time to time, a string of dazzling sparks would fly out like shooting stars. Kill! Yi Fan shouted. His entire being's aura was like a mountain. Even though he couldn't use his cultivation or magical force, he still used the battle saint technique. His golden palms and fingers were unstoppable. He attacked in a tyrannical manner, sending out a total of 108 palms to clash head-on with the Vajra great monster. His innate flesh and saint force were heaven-defying. Even the skies could be shattered. Hum! A loud sound rang out. The Vajra great monster's body was covered in spider-web-like cracks. Then, with a walla sound, he collapsed. He was blasted to death by Yi Fan. What? The Vajra great monster is rarely seen in 1,000 generations, one of the most terrifying monsters in this world. His flesh is extremely powerful and unparalleled under the heavens, yet he was blasted apart by the human race's divine physique. On the central continent side, many people were stupefied. What happened just now could be considered the most powerful collision, yet the victor was revealed so quickly. In terms of the flesh, who could contend against the human race's divine physique? Li Xiaoman, what other helpers do you have? What other tricks do you have? Show them all. On the 5-colored altar, Yi Fan walked forward step by step as he stared at the lady in white. Who is good and who is evil? Even now, you still can't tell. Li Xiaoman sighed. What are you talking about? Yi Fan asked. What about Pang Bo? He is the evil one. Li Xiaoman's voice was magnetic. Yi Fan sneered. Pang Bo's departure was indeed a little strange, but if he was evil, then it was obvious that he was slandering him. Because Pang Bo had gone through life and death with him, there were plenty of opportunities if he wanted to harm him. Most importantly, Yi Fan believed in his own instincts. You are no longer the Li Xiaoman of the past. Yi Fan pressed forward and used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Even without cultivation or magical force, his fists were still domineering. All of a sudden, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist resonated with something in the depths of the ancient desolate abyss, drawing out strands of immortal patterns. At this moment, Yi Fan was shocked. He thought of something. According to the legends, the reincarnation fist was recorded on the path to immortality, but the crazy old man brought it out from the ancient desolate abyss. Could it be? Chapter 925. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. This was an extraordinary fist technique recorded on the path of immortality. It was profound and mysterious, possessing the wondrous power of heaven and earth. It was a world-shocking secret technique that not many people had successfully cultivated since ancient times. Yi Fan displayed this technique. In this ancient forbidden land where he had lost his cultivation and couldn't use magical force, his golden fists actually released strands of immortal light. My words are the law, my body is the Tao. At this moment, Yi Fan had a type of enlightenment. His heart became clear and his hands moved uncontrollably, resonating with the abyss. His fist smashed outwards, splitting the heavens and earth. His pure physical strength could make severing Tao kings bow their heads, rendering their magical force and cultivation useless. It had world-shaking, God-suppressing might. Pa! Li Xiaoman had the protection of the bronze Buddha statue, but she was still injured. When she faced the attack this time, a strand of blood flowed out from her mouth. She staggered backwards, her chest rising and falling violently. You say Pang Bo is evil, but I think you are the big crocodile. Yi Fan shouted. He stood on the 5-colored altar without magical force or cultivation, but he was like a war god, majestic and awe-inspiring. It's fine if you don't believe me. Either way, I already told you. Li Xiaoman wiped away the blood at the corner of her lips. Yi Fan laughed loudly and said, One tried to kill me multiple times, the other went through life and death with me, through thick and thin. Tell me, how am I supposed to believe you? You want to drive a wedge between me and Pang Bo? Your methods are a bit lacking. Li Xiaoman took action. Like a flying immortal, a rain of light flew out from her body. Her entire being became hazy with immortal energy. She flew through the air, her slender hands controlling dragons, tearing apart heaven and earth. She wanted to tear open the crown of Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan resisted. His golden fists killed upon contact, able to turn all tangible objects into powder. He struck until the heavenly Tao cried out. Without cultivation, he could still collapse the heavens. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. It sounded like a god-emperor hammering iron, and it also sounded like the refinement of weapons in the celestial world. Yi Fan and Li Xiaoman fought fiercely, clashing with the bronze Buddha statue. Sparks flew everywhere. If you believe Pang Bo, then let me ask you. Back then, when the 9 dragons pulled the coffin and set sail on Mount Tai, how did he appear? Li Xiaoman shouted. Her fine black hair danced in the wind and her eyes were filled with colorful light. Yi Fan's heart trembled. When they went to Mount Tai, Pang Bo wasn't there. They only discovered him after they fell into the coffin for a while. At that time, many people were shocked, but Pang Bo explained at that time, so no one suspected anything. He is an extra person. What exactly is he? Think about it yourself. Li Xiaoman said. Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine. There were indeed some suspicious points in the past, but he knew Pang Bo very well when he talked about the past. There were no flaws at all, so it couldn't be fake. The moment he was distracted, Li Xiaoman took the opportunity to summon the bronze Buddha statue. If it wasn't for the cracks all over its body, it could have directly suppressed a king-level expert to death. He quickly collected his thoughts. This wasn't the time to think too much. The enemy in front of him wasn't ordinary and might be related to that crocodile. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would most likely suffer a great loss. You are no longer Li Xiaoman. With your methods, there is no need to sow discord. If you want to deal with me, then bring out your true abilities. After careful consideration, Yi Fan believed that Pang Bo couldn't be a great evil. The other party should be deliberately messing with his mind. You can't leave today. Today, it's time to deal with you. Li Xiaoman's eyes were blazing with golden light, as if there were 2 gods sitting cross-legged. Her cultivation was becoming more and more profound. The Shakyamuni Buddha statue shone with splendor, cutting the void. You keep saying you're slandering Pang Bo, but do you know what you've done? Today I will suppress you. Yi Fan shouted. His attacks became even more tyrannical, almost shattering the 9 heavens. His murderous intent was revealed. Yi Fan, you have no chance. Your end is here. Li Xiaoman's eyes were also incomparably cold, like 2 icy pools. The two fought fiercely. In this place, Yi Fan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist was very special. From time to time, he would draw out immortal patterns, causing the abyss to rumble endlessly. Could it be that the path of immortality wasn't a realm, but a true ancient path beneath the primordial desolate abyss? This guess caused Yi Fan to shiver. If his guess was correct, then the path beneath the forbidden ancient desolate area was indeed extraordinary. From this, he could also deduce the secret behind why the Merak lineage had mobilized the entire sect to attack this place. At this moment, he couldn't be distracted. Yi Fan quickly collected his thoughts and threw himself into the battle. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist smashed the heaven and earth. Boom! Yi Fan's divine bravery was unrivaled. Even the 9 sacred mountains trembled when he punched out. One could imagine how terrifying his pure physical strength was. Li Xiaoman took a step back, not daring to face the golden fists head-on. She used her slender jade-like hands to strike his wrists, cutting off his meridians and wanting to break his bones. Her attacks were crafty and ruthless. Above her head, the bronze Buddha statue emitted 9 waterfall-like rays of Buddhist light. It represented a type of perfection, and it blessed her body with a strange power. Yi Fan's golden fists were dazzling and could be said to be matchless. He lightly shook and retracted his fists. They smashed down like 2 thunderhammers towards Li Xiaoman's finger bones. An ear-splitting sound rang out as Li Xiaoman rapidly retreated. Her snow-white jade-like hands were spasming, and blood flowed out from the gaps between her fingers. She couldn't break Yi Fan's bones, but instead injured herself. A grand Buddhist chant resounded. The small bronze Buddha above her head glowed and turned into a weapon that smashed towards Yi Fan's forehead. It was as if the quasi-emperor Sakyamuni had descended. Even though the bronze statue had decayed, it was refined by the quasi-emperor after all. The majestic energy fluctuations were strangely strong, and it shook Yi Fan so much that he flipped over and fell off the 5-colored altar. No! Many people on the Central Plains side cried out in alarm. Zhizue, Black Emperor, and the others were so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This result was too cruel. Don't worry. He almost fell off. He grabbed the edge of the 5-colored altar, Qi Luo said in a deep voice. As expected, he grabbed the edge of the altar with one hand and pulled forcefully. His whole body soared into the sky and landed on the altar, facing Li Xiaoman once again. Gotcha! The fist-sized bronze Buddha was a forbidden weapon. It could only be used for a limited number of times. Hence, it was able to unleash such a world-shaking attack. Especially in this forbidden ground, it was instantly damaged a little. The cracks on its body deepened, and it was on the verge of shattering. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He leaped onto the altar and started his massacre. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was executed by him to the extreme. Dense immortal runes appeared before him, and his entire body seemed to have been embedded with a divine halo. Divine courage, unrivaled. Yi Fan immediately unleashed 6 punches, causing Li Xiaoman to cough out large mouthfuls of blood. Her snow-white robes were dyed red, and she was almost flung away. One could clearly hear the sound of her bones breaking. Arg! Li Xiaoman let out a long howl. The center of her brows shone brightly as a golden figure walked out and rapidly enlarged. This was a golden divine crocodile. Ancestor Crocodile's divine embryo is indeed hiding in your immortal platform. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold in an instant. At this point, let's see who can save you. The golden divine embryo merged with Li Xiaoman's body, and her entire body emitted immortal splendor. Divine embryo, that was a ray of primordial spirit light that could grow into a brand new self. It was forged from a supreme technique that had been lost for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Unfortunately, you are merely a newly formed demon embryo. You are far from fully maturing. Today, I will take you in. Yi Fan wasn't afraid, but he felt bitter in his heart. He long had a premonition that something unexpected might have happened to Li Xiaoman, and it seemed like it was true today. Arg! Both of them roared loudly as they fought an intense battle. Fists and legs collided, palms and legs hacked out, causing astral winds to howl in deafening clangs. This was a battle of life and death. At this moment, there were many ancient race experts with divine wings who descended on the altar. After that, they flew towards the sacred mountain on the other side. They didn't dare to participate in this great battle, and only wanted to pluck the 9-wonder divine medicine. However, they were still swept in and smashed into pieces by the two of them. "Li Xiaoman, are you still there or not?" Yi Fan shouted. "Naturally, sometimes she is me, sometimes I am her, both existing side by side. She borrowed my power, allowing me to observe another world within her heart. This type of wisdom is comparable to comprehending the Tao for 1,000 years. Crocodile ancestor, Li Xiaoman." Yi Fan roared. It was hard for him to describe what he was feeling inside. There was only a single battle before him. He vowed that he was going to kill that golden divine crocodile. "I've already investigated clearly. There is an immortal ascension path below the abyss. Why don't I beat you down and help you achieve immortality?" Li Xiaoman released a light shout, the corners of her lips carrying a ruthless sneer. She activated that bronze statue. This was without a doubt something she brought from ancient Mars. It was originally a divine object that suppressed the 18 layers of hell for the Shakyamuni Buddha. Yet now, it instead became her weapon. The bronze Buddha statue seemed to have gained a life of its own. It possessed a supreme divine might that could suppress the 18 levels of hell. Yi Fan immediately flipped over and hid under the 5-colored altar. He grabbed the bottom of the altar and flipped over from another direction. Quasi-Emperor's forbidden artifact. Once it truly displayed its might, no one would be able to face it head-on. Even if one was suppressed by Huang's power here, it was still impossible to face it head-on. Suddenly, Li Xiaoman staggered, the bronze statue in her hands almost falling onto the ground. The Buddhist light was fading, and cracks appeared on its surface. It was about to self-destruct. Yi Fan seized this rare opportunity and rushed over. His essence energy merged as if he had entered a state of Tao comprehension. He evolved the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, and the entire world's great Tao rumbled like a tsunami. Puh! Li Xiaoman coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Many of the bones in her body were broken as she flew backwards, almost falling off the 5-colored altar. In the end, she stopped and spat out a mouthful of innate essence energy. This was the life essence of the crocodile ancestral divine embryo. It prevented the bronze statue from being destroyed, allowing it to be preserved. The great Tao resonated. Golden arhats, Bodhisattva was shrouded in divine light, and ancient Buddhas surrounded Li Xiaoman one after another. All of them were flickering with light from the bronze statue. She was going to carry out the final attack, and this time, the Sakyamuni's forbidden artifact would also reach the end of its life. There was no way it could exist forever in this world. The Quasi-Emperor's forbidden artifact was still a divine artifact even if it was broken into dregs, let alone the fact that it hadn't been destroyed yet. The crocodile ancestral divine embryo was activated, not hesitating to destroy it. One could well imagine its power. Yi Fan didn't know what to do, but he was fearless. He brandished his golden fist, preparing to avoid the bronze statue's radiance and look for an opportunity to slaughter his way forward. The Quasi-Emperor's forbidden artifact displayed its might, engulfing heaven and earth. It began to shatter and burn, terrifying to the extreme. The 3,000 golden arhats, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas chanted sutras together, suppressing forward. This type of power was almost unstoppable. No! On Central Continent side, the monkey, Black Emperor, and the others cried out. Even Qi Luo's expression changed. This was a fatal blow. Honglong. Suddenly, something strange happened. Li Xiaoman's hand suddenly trembled. The bronze statue fell into the ancient desolate abyss, its heaven overflowing might disappearing. What happened? Everyone was puzzled. Yi Fan couldn't retract his fist and tried his best to change direction. He didn't strike her chest, but her right arm was smashed into a bloody mist, splashing his entire body with blood. Li Xiaoman. He was puzzled. It's really good to be immortal. Unfortunately, time can't be reversed. We can never return to the past. Li Xiaoman's eyes were misty as she stood there in a daze. Li Xiaoman, what happened to you? Is this the real you? Yi Fan asked. What do you think? Li Xiaoman smiled. 2 lines of sparkling tears hung on her face, and the fresh blood from her severed arm flowed unendingly. Sometimes it's you, sometimes it's the crocodile ancestral divine embryo. Yi Fan looked at her in a daze. Think whatever you want. Li Xiaoman was smiling and crying at the same time. Her eyes flickered with golden light, and her killing intent appeared and disappeared at times. A terrifying killing intent appeared. Li Xiaoman's entire body was blazing with golden light. Yi Fan raised his fist and prepared for battle. However, at this moment, Li Xiaoman made an unexpected move. She jumped into the ancient desolate abyss. When she turned her head back, Yi Fan's figure was reflected in her eyes. There was a brilliant smile on her face, but there was also a hint of grief. Tears flowed down like fireworks, and she left behind an eternal light before disappearing into the darkness. Chapter 9:26. Yi Fan's heart ached and he couldn't help but cry out. He rushed to the edge of the five-colored altar, but all he saw was his black hair turning white and falling off. That person had already fallen into the depths of the darkness. He stood there in a daze. What was good, what was evil, what was truth, what was lies? He was petrified, not moving at all. There was no joy of killing a great enemy. There was only an indescribable emptiness and desolation. He sat powerlessly at the edge of the five-colored altar and looked down in a daze. If Pangbo was evil, how cruel would this be? What else could he believe? If Li Xiaoman coexisted with a crocodile, how miserable would that be? How did he spend all these years? Yi Fan felt an unprecedented weariness. He wanted to fall into a deep sleep and he even wanted to jump into the abyss. Some of the most important people in his life. He didn't seem to understand them anymore. It was an indescribable sorrow. Chaos. His mind was in chaos. What was right and what was wrong? Even the people around him would undergo such a heaven-shaking transformation. What else could he not change? He was exhausted. He felt an unprecedented weakness and sorrow. He sat at the edge of the five-colored altar and looked down at the dark abyss. His heart was numb. This made him more tired than thousands of life-and-death battles. He wanted to roar, he wanted to cry, he wanted to overturn the world, but he was powerless. He didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. He sat quietly in the dark abyss. Famine's power invaded him. His temples turned white, but he didn't want to move. There was no spirit in his eyes. On the central continent side, Ji Ziyue couldn't help but want to rush over. However, her brother grabbed her arm, not letting her leave. Ji Haoyue was heroic and imposing. He said in a deep voice, "If it was not long ago, I wouldn't have objected to you going with him. But now he has to walk his own path." Yi Fan is so pitiful. Ji Ziyue's eyes were red and swollen as she softly said. Monkey, Duanda and the others didn't know what to say. They could only hope that Yi Fan would think things through and pull himself together. At this moment, it was useless to say anything. No one could help him. From the various ancient tribes, many winged races were still moving about. They landed on the five-colored altar, but not a single one dared to disturb the demonic godlike figure in front of them. They feared that they would provoke a great calamity. All of them rapidly flapped their wings and flew towards the opposite shore. Yi Fan's hair was grizzled, and he was a bit dispirited. He sat there, his entire body powerless. He listened to the sound of wings flapping and looked into the abyss. He wanted to sit there forever. There were a few ancient races that ascended to the other shore, arriving at the sacred mountain to fight over the 9 wondrous divine medicine and collect the divine spring. An intense great battle erupted. Many people aged and died in battle, miserable cries rising and falling. Yi Fan was indifferent to all of this. He was lost in thought and sat there stupefied. Nothing in the outside world seemed to be able to cause any ripples in his heart. Bang! On the five-colored altar, a man with long blue hair appeared. He was like a divine mountain as he stood there. His eyes were like 2 divine lamps that could see through the souls of others. His physique was tall and slender, masculine and powerful. His flesh shell overflowed with immortal splendor, and his horns were extraordinary. It was as if he transcended above all living things. He possessed the bearing of an emperor, as if he was an undying archaic deity. The fire Qilin arrived. The ancient emperor blood within his body rumbled like a tsunami, creating a deafening rumble. This was a type of incomparably powerful potential. It was as if a great emperor was hibernating within his body, ready to revive at any time. On the central continent side, everyone was shocked. This was another person after Yi Fan who didn't have divine wings yet dared to step onto the five-colored altar. Moreover, he was so calm and composed. Wang. The void rumbled. The fire Qilin leapt high into the air. He was like a blue immortal flame that illuminated the world. It was as if he could fly. He crossed the sky and landed on the other shore, standing on the sacred mountain. He actually leapt up and crossed over. What a powerful body! It is just as terrifying as the human race's holy body. Worthy of being the son of an ancient emperor. His pure physical strength is so powerful, exceeding the limits of his constitution. He leapt over the ancient desolate abyss. Everyone was stupefied and felt that this was inconceivable. A single Yifan was one thing, but there was also a fire Qilin, relying on his flesh to leap through the air. Just how powerful was his physique? The ancient emperor's bloodline left everyone in awe. After carefully thinking about it, the Yuan emperor's 8th-generation grandson, Yuan Gu, truly couldn't compare to the ancient emperor's son. This was the archaic emperor's bloodline. As long as one grew up like this, they would all become terrifying existences half a step into the Tao corroborating realm. The fire Qilin stepped on the sacred mountain. His eyes flickered with deep blue light as he began a great massacre. He killed all of those who fought over the divine spring and wanted to dig up the 9 wondrous divine medicine. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses piled up everywhere. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. Not even those at the severing Tao level were enough, unable to resist. In this place, powerful bloodlines and unmatched flesh were the most terrifying. They could crush all enemies. Everyone was horrified. This type of bloodline and foundation bone was truly powerful to the extreme. It was useless to send any experts over. Right now, only the Sacred Prince had a chance of contending against them. Of course, there was another person, and that was Yi Fan. However, he was currently sitting dejectedly on the altar. It was clear that he wasn't in the mood to pay attention to this. He didn't even give them a glance. Yi Fan sighed and finally stood up. He could only walk his own path. He wanted to leave this place and never return. Many people were shocked, especially those from the Fire Qilin cave. Even Hua Lin revealed a worried expression, fearing that Yi Fan would take action against his older brother. In this ancient desolate forbidden land, the human race's holy body was absolutely terrifying. The human race and archaic clans all held their breaths. Yi Fan's every move drew the attention of tens of thousands of people. If he took action, it would definitely be earth-shattering. In reality, there are some things that I have long guessed, but I can't change anything. Ah! Yi Fan cried out loudly. His black hair danced about chaotically. He wanted to leave this world and never return. This was a land of sorrow. If there wasn't that gathering, if he didn't ascend Mount Tai, if there weren't 9 dragons pulling the coffin, he wouldn't have come here. All of this wouldn't have happened. His life would have been very peaceful and comfortable. What's gone can't come back. This was the first time Yi Fan felt so tired in his life. He stood up with great difficulty and staggered to the center of the altar. He took out the aqua blue star, and groups of ancient symbols appeared one after another, imprinting them onto the boulders one after another. I want to leave and never return. He wanted to escape. He wanted to travel far away. If he could return to the past, he would rather be an ordinary mortal. Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, Dongfang Yi, and the others called out from the central plains. The 5-colored altar emitted immortal light. These were ancient and mysterious symbols. They condensed together and formed an 8-trigram diagram. It was filled with a heavy metallic texture as if it was forged from refined gold. Go home. Yi Fan only had this thought. He wanted to leave this world where it was hard to tell who was right and who was wrong. At this moment, he missed his parents very much. Yi Fan! Ji Ziyue shouted. She finally couldn't take it anymore and rushed towards the golden door, wanting to land on the 5-colored altar. Ji Haoyue moved and grabbed her wrist. You can't go. He's not in a good state. I don't feel at ease letting you travel with him. Ji Ziyue cried, but she couldn't break free at all. This was because there was a void mirror above Ji Haoyue's head. A trace of Emperor's might was suppressing her. Above the 5-colored altar, a Taiji diagram appeared in the center of the 8 trigrams diagram. 2 yin and yang fishes hugged each other like a tightly shut pair of metal doors. The Taiji 8 trigrams were related to spacetime. At this moment, the space was distorted and the light was hazy. The corresponding 8 trigram symbols of Qian, Kuan, Sun, Dui, Zhen, Zhen, Li, and Kan emitted dazzling light. It was like a set of mysterious and ancient password. It was completely based on the group of symbols within the Aquastar. It was flickering to determine the coordinates and open the space-time gate. All kinds of symbols flickered in a specific order. In the end, there was a muffled vibration. The yin-yang gate slowly opened and the aura of a star domain rushed out. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Everyone was stunned. Starlight flickered in that passage. It was clearly connected to the depths of the cosmos. They could see an ancient path under the starry sky. Everyone was filled with shock. Even though they were in the distant central plains and separated by a space-time gate, they could still sense a mysterious power. This was the path to heaven domain. Even the fire Qilin was shocked. He looked at the altar and the starry sky ancient path in the abyss in a daze. Even he had the urge to leap forward. A boundless aura rushed up from the abyss and several figures flew up. Every single one of them was incomparably powerful and unfathomable. It's a desolate slave transformed from a matchless character. Everyone cried out in alarm. And at this time, Yifan turned around and gave that golden door one last look. He couldn't see his old friends from the central plains. This was a one-way transportation formation, so he could only silently bid farewell. He leaped up high and entered the starry sky ancient path. The desolate slave surrounded the Taiji Bagua gate. At this moment, it was slowly closing and about to disappear from this world. They stared fixedly and didn't make any movements. Yifan! Ji Ziyue cried out loudly. Yifan! The Black Emperor, Monkey, Dongfang Yi and the others also shouted loudly. They all clenched their fists tightly. This farewell might be an eternal one. They might not be able to meet again in this life. Yifan couldn't see through the one-way golden door, but he knew that there were people watching him from that direction. They were sending him off and silently waving goodbye to this world. The starry sky ancient path completely closed. The mysterious starry door on the five-colored altar disappeared and the altar regained its calm. Big brother! Run! Hua Lin shouted from the central plains side. In the ancient desolate forbidden land, a few desolate slaves flew through the air towards the sacred mountain. The fire Qilin let out a long sigh. He knew that he couldn't bring the 9-wonder divine medicine away, and couldn't pluck it at all. He took out his race's ancient imperial weapon and turned into a beam of holy light as he rushed out of the forbidden land. The desolate slaves didn't chase after him. They could feel the aura of the ancient emperor. They silently stood on the sacred mountain and looked into the distance, overlooking the mortal world. That woman among the desolate slaves is the heavenly jade holy lady from 6,000 years ago. She was the #1 beauty of the eastern desolate wasteland in the past. Her appearance doesn't age at all. Someone said in shock. They naturally couldn't see her in the past. They only knew about her after comparing her with the ancient portrait. That white-haired old man is the ancient sage Xiafeng from 10,000 years ago. He had an audience with the fiend race great emperor several times. Azure Emperor. Who would have thought? He disappeared in his later years and was actually lost here. The person who said these words was an old imperial uncle of the great Xia. He was an ancient sage of their race. Even now, the great Xia still had a statue of him. The desolate slaves disappeared without a sound. However, an even more terrifying aura appeared, accompanied by the sound of iron chains. Shrouded in mist, a male or female figure appeared. He was chained up and stood on the five-colored altar. No one could see him clearly. Yifan! Ji Ziyue's soft arm was firmly grabbed by her brother. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura was emitted. It actually reversed into the one-way transportation formation, and went from the eastern desolate forbidden land to the central plains through the golden door. Everyone was shaken. That unknown existence standing on the five-colored altar shattered the everlasting with its gaze. With a single glance, it passed through the golden door and turned the distant ancient transportation formation in the central plains into powder. Everything was gone. The golden door had disappeared. This emperor still hasn't completely memorized this immortal formation. The Black Emperor couldn't help but cry out in pain. The only ancient formation that could enter the ancient desolate forbidden land was destroyed just like that. Many people felt great sorrow. Chapter 927. The cold cosmos was silent, and the darkness was boundless. Starlight would occasionally flicker on the desolate ancient path, but it would disappear in the blink of an eye. This was Yifan's journey. He left the Big Dipper star region and traveled alone in the eternal silence. He didn't know what the road ahead of him would be like. At the last moment, Pang Bo and Li Xiaoman became strangers. It was as if they had never known each other before. Sometimes it was better not to know anything. Li Xiaoman's eyes reflected his figure as he fell into the desolate ancient abyss. Why did Pang Bo go so far away? Yi Fan silently took out the cauldron to protect himself. On this ancient and gloomy ancient path, no one knew what would happen. The starlight flickered as it passed through the spatial nodes. There were too many secrets in the desolate cosmos. Why did the predecessors open up this path? Where was the starting point and the ending point? No one could say. Goodbye, Big Dipper. Yi Fan let out a long sigh and began his long and lonely journey. Would he be able to return to Earth this time? He didn't know. If something unexpected happened again, he would forever be lost in the darkness of the cosmos. Humans were truly too insignificant. An individual was like a speck of dust compared to an ancient star, but an ancient star couldn't even compare to a speck of dust in the boundless cosmos. The star regions were too vast, and the distance between them was too great. Even the smallest star system had to be measured in tens of billions of kilometers, not to mention the vast star regions and the other shore in one's heart. In the boundless darkness and cold universe, human beings were insignificant. If they were to fly by themselves, it would be difficult for them to fly out of a small galaxy in their entire lives, not to mention crossing one boundless star field after another. Perhaps only the ancient emperors had been able to travel the cosmos alone since ancient times. Other than them, who else had such vast power? Even the ancient saints would most likely need the help of the five-colored altar to travel the ancient path. Otherwise, how could they cross so many ancient star regions? It was simply too far. Traveling alone, Yi Fan felt like everything was unreal. Everything he had experienced was like a dream. Now, he was finally going home. He was on his way back. Everything that happened in the Beidou star region, especially the things that happened before they parted ways, made him unwilling to recall them. He wanted to forget them forever, but how could he? No matter what's strange about Pang Bo, I don't feel any malice from him. We've been through life and death together. Li Xiaoman. Why is she so pitiful? Why did she end up like this? Yi Fan felt a stab of pain in his heart. Everything had already happened. Everything remained in the Big Dipper, becoming the past. There was only emptiness and desolation in his heart. Crocodile ancestor. In the end, Yi Fan couldn't help but cry out. He wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Many things were related to this ancient demonic saint. So many years had passed. What kind of bloody storm would that ancient crocodile have caused after escaping from the great thunderclap temple? Where was it now? Bang! On the starry sky ancient path, a spatial node trembled, as if some ancient star was destroyed. A streak of brilliant light flickered, reaching this place. Yi Fan's thoughts were pulled back. He stared at the spatial node that flashed and disappeared. He saw a flash of dazzling fireworks. That was a meteor that collided with a dark blue star. Both of them headed towards destruction at the same time. What a vast fluctuation. If it collided with the Big Dipper, countless living beings would probably die. Perhaps only the ancient sages could survive. In the universe, humans are truly insignificant. In the billions of star regions and the boundless universe, no one could say for sure how many life source stars there were. Even the powerful and prosperous Yuhua God dynasty only managed to find 4. This was destined to be a boring journey. Traveling in the darkness with Dugu would only make one feel cold and miserable. Fortunately, this time, they weren't drifting aimlessly like last time. Now, on the starry sky ancient path, they crossed hundreds of millions of miles in the blink of an eye, traversing through the universe. Suddenly, the starry sky ancient path trembled. Yi Fan couldn't stabilize himself. The cauldron floating above his head rumbled. Not good. Yi Fan thought of the Black Emperor's warning. If this end of the five-colored altar was destroyed, the consequences would be very bad. It would be difficult for them to appear on the original coordinate planet. At that time, they would choose the ancient star with the closest coordinates and an undamaged five-colored altar to descend. Now, such a situation had most likely happened. The space-time passageway was distorted and it was very likely to collapse. The simple and unadorned cauldron enlarged, releasing strand after strand of source energy, protecting Yi Fan below, ensuring his safety. The space-time passageway was illusory and unstable. Space suddenly distorted and a serious turbulence occurred. The starry sky ancient path seemed to be about to be broken, but also seemed to be about to explode. This was a very bad sign. There could be a great calamity that could easily lead to death. Crossing the universe was very dangerous even for sages, let alone others. Yi Fan's only reliance was that he firmly believed that the myriad energy cauldron was strong enough. Even if the starry sky ancient path shattered, it could protect him and keep him unharmed. Boom! Amidst the violent rumbling sounds, 18 spatial nodes were shattered in succession. Yi Fan had experienced an extremely dangerous process, but the starry sky ancient path had finally stabilized. Can I not return to Earth? Yi Fan had a very bad feeling in his heart. It was very obvious that he had deviated from the original route. The starry sky ancient path had reversed, and it was impossible for him to land on Earth. This caused a haze to rise in his heart. He had finally approached Earth, but the original 5-colored altar was no longer there and could not descend. This made him clench his fists uncontrollably. Everything calmed down again. However, almost in an instant, a faint light appeared in front of him. Yi Fan knew that he was about to reach his destination. The starry sky ancient path had reached the end. Bang! A violent sound of impact could be heard. The myriad energy cauldron touched the ground, and then the world spun. Yi Fan landed on the ground and fell on a smooth 5-colored altar. The moment he landed, Yi Fan heard the sounds of people shouting and beasts roaring. Murderous cries shook the sky. As far as the eye could see, there was a huge battlefield in the distance. There were golden spears and armored horses, the light of swords, and the murderous aura filled the sky. What is this place? He was incomparably shocked. Nearby, ancient trees towered into the sky, and all kinds of ferocious birds and beasts roamed about. It was as if he had arrived in a wild land. The 5-colored altar was located on a towering and majestic mountain. On that battlefield, there were huge banners fluttering in the wind, and there were as many experts as there were trees in a forest. Each of them could move mountains and fill up the sea. All of them had world-shocking divine abilities. Their mounts were running in the void, killing so much that the sun and moon lost their light. Magic treasures danced in the sky. Among them, many were kings of the Tao-severing realm, and it was very likely that there were even ancient saints overseeing them. This is... Yi Fan looked at all of this in disbelief. Roar! 9 enormous azure dragons moved through the sky, pulling an ancient chariot into the battlefield. Ancient holy might surged violently like a great river. That is, a human race's great sage, or even quasi-emperor, right? Yi Fan felt as if he was dreaming. All of this was too inconceivable. On this divine mountain, ancient trees towered into the sky. In the distance, the palace halls were grand, and the battlefield was vast. Even the legendary unmatched great sage participated in the war. Just how shocking was this? Suddenly, an enormous boulder not far from the 5-colored altar shocked him. There were 2 ancient characters carved on it, written in the Bell Cauldron language. Mars. What? This is ancient Mars star? What era am I in? Yi Fan was horrified. Mars was the future Mars, a place without life. Not even a blade of grass grew. However, what did he see today? It was full of vitality. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and there were endless beasts. The entire great earth was verdant. Something's not right. Yi Fan bit his tongue to calm himself down. Along the way, his mind was in a mess. He kept recalling everything that happened when they parted, and he couldn't even concentrate. At this time, he quickly activated his Heaven's Eye of Origin to see through the fabrications. The deafening battle cries disappeared, and so did the shocking killing intent. The land full of vitality had turned into scarlet earth, and even the divine mountain beneath his feet was leveled with the ground. An ice-cold feeling passed through his feet and into his body from the 5-colored altar. It was this ancient altar that reflected the events of the past into his mind. This is ancient Mars star. Yi Fan rushed out of the 5-colored altar and quickly ran to a nearby boulder. After turning around, he saw the Bell Cauldron language engraved on the other side, Mars. That's right, it was this ancient star. Back then, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin had fallen here, and he had seen this boulder 20 years ago. The great thunderclap temple was here, and there was a divine crocodile. Yi Fan had already expected that if he couldn't land on Earth, he would most likely fall into ancient Mars star because of the flawless 5-colored altar. Was what I saw just now real? In the past, This place was full of vitality, and there were many powerful creatures. Just what era was it destroyed in? Yi Fan was bewildered. He turned around and looked at the five-colored altar. Countless years ago, it was located on a majestic divine mountain. But now, everything had changed, and this place had become a dead star. He remembered the reports he had read before he left Earth. There used to be floods on Mars, and there were some small rivers on the ground. There might even have been lakes and oceans. So it's true, he muttered to himself. This was an ancient life source star, but for some reason, all of the civilizations had disappeared, all of the living beings had gone extinct. Earth is very close to this place. Are the civilization and life on Earth related to this place? Temperature, air, and many other external factors were not a problem for the current Yi Fan. In the past, he could float alone in the universe for many years. So naturally, he would be fine here. Back then, there used to be a light screen with a radius of several miles protecting this place. But now, it had completely disappeared, and the last pure land had become a dead land. After the shock, Yi Fan quickly became angry. He thought of the divine crocodile and wanted nothing more than to tear the crocodile ancestor into pieces. Many things had happened because of him. Many students were buried here, and Li Xiaoman was also miserable. This was a land of hatred and sorrow. If I become a saint, I will definitely kill you. Yi Fan didn't know where the crocodile ancestor was. Perhaps it had left long ago, or perhaps it was staring at him not far away. Since he had returned here, there was nothing to be afraid of. The power of a demonic saint was unfathomable. If it was still on this ancient star, it would have already discovered him, and running would be useless. Yi Fan calmed his mind and then strode forward. He wanted to go to the ruins of the Tempest Temple to see what had happened there. It was night time, and there were only specks of starlight. Everything was very dark. 20 years had passed, and the light screen that shrouded several miles above had disappeared. Sand and dust had submerged the ruins of the Celestial Palace. Yi Fan walked forward and silently recited the salvation scripture, hoping that the students who had died here would be reborn. Although he didn't believe in reincarnation, this was the only thing he could do. The true demonic land. There are 18 levels of hell under the Tempest Temple. Have all the ancient giants escaped? As he neared, Yi Fan finally arrived at this place. The ruins of the Tempest Temple were still there and hadn't been submerged by the sand. There were even a few remnant leaves of the Bodhi sacred tree among the rubble. How is this possible? Yi Fan looked at it in a daze. There were 18 levels of hell under this foundation. Were they still there? Suddenly, he felt a sense of foreboding. He quickly turned around and saw a majestic figure standing behind him. The figure's eyes were as bright as a divine lamp. Chapter 928. Yi Fan was drenched in cold sweat. There was one more person in the ruins. In the darkness, he could only see a majestic and tall silhouette. Only a pair of bright eyes were like two lamps. In the silent confrontation, Yi Fan was shaken. This person must be very powerful. Otherwise, how could he get so close to him? This was very strange. One had to know that this was ancient Mars star, a land of death. Why was there still such a mysterious existence? Are you the ancestor crocodile? Yi Fan's voice was emotionless. He had experienced too many things. Even if a quasi-emperor appeared in front of him, he would not panic. The two green lantern-like eyes dimmed. This person disappeared into thin air, as if he had never been there. The place was empty. A chill ran down Yi Fan's spine. This person was too fast, so fast that he did not even notice how he disappeared. It was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. He suddenly turned around and felt a chill run down his spine. In the darkness, there was a vague majestic silhouette staring at him. It was still the same person from before. Similarly, not even a moment later, the mysterious demonic shadow disappeared again. There was no sign of life at all as it appeared in another place. How could it be so fast? Yi Fan was truly shocked. If this person attacked, how could he block it? It was horrifying. Was it the ancestor crocodile? He was not sure. He could not see its true body, nor could he see its appearance. He could not even capture its aura. Just what was this thing? If it was the ancestor crocodile, it would have crushed him to death with a finger. Why didn't it attack? Yi Fan activated the Rho formula and turned into a beam of light. He left the Thunderclap Temple ruins and stopped several miles away to listen to the sounds of heaven and earth. Everything was extremely quiet. There was no storm at this time. The entire ancient Mars star was silent except for his own heartbeat. The stars in the sky flickered with faint specks of light. In the darkness, the Thunderclap Temple ruins were like a dormant beast. What's going on? Why didn't that demonic shadow follow me? Yi Fan was astonished. That majestic figure moved left and right at that place, which made him feel scared. Why didn't it follow him? It's a little strange. Yi Fan wandered around the ruins of the Big Lei Temple. He circled around it and observed, but nothing unusual happened. This puzzled him. Don't tell me that thing was born from the ruins of the ancient temple? Thinking of this possibility, he calmed down a lot and walked forward step by step, slowly approaching the ruins that had been abandoned for many years. Sure enough, as soon as he got closer, a tall and sturdy figure silently appeared in the same place, constantly changing his position like a ghost king. Moreover, when Yi Fan tried to walk to the other end of the ruins, an even more terrifying scene appeared. A great ancient demon devoured the heaven and earth, appearing and disappearing indistinctly. It exuded a frightening, baleful aura that was completely different from the demonic figure from before. Yi Fan was not afraid when he saw this scene. Instead, he was completely relieved. He had spent a lot of time with people like Duanda and the Black Emperor in the Big Dipper Star region. It was impossible for him not to know many strange things. He had been influenced by what he saw and heard, and he had almost become half an authority. This was the temple's guardian demon god. All of this must have originated from the foundation. After so many years, the crocodile ancestor broke free and destroyed the foundation, allowing Gautama Buddha's backup plan to appear in the world. There was a kind of underground sealing method in the world. It was very magical and cruel. The foundation was cast with the blood of a powerful demon saint, and the dead could manifest all kinds of Dharma images from when they were alive. Below the Big Lei Temple was the demonic land with 18 levels of hell. It must have been painstakingly built with sufficient preparation. Otherwise, the entire ancient temple would most likely be overturned by the demons below. Yi Fan carefully cleaned up and pushed the rubble of the Big Lei Temple to the side, revealing a dense foundation. This is the paradise of Buddhism, but this is the scene below. In order to suppress the demon, Gautama Buddha was also ruthless. The foundation looked extraordinary at first glance. Every piece of stone was engraved with mysterious runes. They were black and red in color and had been soaked in demon blood. It was a horrifying sight. In the center of the underground foundation, there was a huge black hole. After clearing away the rubble, a terrifying demonic aura emerged from below. This is the 18 levels of hell. Back then, the crocodile ancestor escaped from here. There were 18 levels of hell under the Big Lei Temple. If news of this were to spread to the mortal world, not even the Buddhists would believe it. Back then, the crocodile ancestor had escaped, and his divine consciousness had also rushed out. It was unknown whether the more powerful gods from the outer realms had also escaped. This place isn't far from Earth. If these things want to escape. Yi Fan shuddered. Who on earth could compete with them in the age of chaos where no one knew how to cultivate? At the thought of this, he felt very uneasy. He decided to go down and see what was going on. Yi Fan entered the black hole alone. This place was like the huge mouth of a primordial beast waiting to devour people. It was sinister and terrifying. A bone-chilling killing intent surged over. It was as painful as a blunt knife cutting his flesh. The underground was vast and hundreds of meters deep. The length and width were also the same. Although it was pitch black, nothing could hide from the heaven's eye. This was the first level of hell. The walls were full of carvings of golden arhats, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas. They were in a demon-subduing state, glaring angrily at him with awe-inspiring divine might. This was the refinement of devils. Yi Fan was astonished. The killing intent emitted by these carvings had accumulated over hundreds and thousands of years. It could refine a great demon king and possessed profound and unfathomable divine abilities. This was the place where the crocodile was suppressed. It could be said that it was no small miracle that he was suppressed for 2,000 years without dying. The huge and spacious first level of hell was completely carved out of stone. It seemed to be formed after a huge demonic stone was hollowed out. In each of the four corners, there was a thick stone pillar supporting the Big Lei Temple above. It seemed to be suppressing this place. There were all kinds of demonic gods carved on these 4 pillars. There were also blood grooves soaked in dried black blood. This was the demonic transformation pillar, used to refine demonic sages. There were a few giant scales on the ground, every single one the length of a person, flickering with dense killing light. Without a doubt, this belonged to the crocodile ancestor, something that came off after being refined by the first level of hell. Yi Fan picked one up, discovering that the material was extremely sturdy. Even though its demonic energy had long been refined away, its essence removed, there was still a trace of undying characteristics. Worthy of being a demonic sage, even a completely ruined scale is still so terrifying. Yi Fan clenched his teeth. He was full of hatred towards the crocodile ancestor, wishing to pull out its tendons and pull out its bones. In a corner, there was a large black hole that led even deeper underground. That was the entrance to the 2nd level of hell, the place where the great completion malicious spirits were suppressed. Yi Fan leapt inside. He wanted to see how many levels of hell had been broken through. The underground world was pitch black, becoming even more murky. At the same time, Yin energy attacked his body, his skin feeling as if it was being pierced by needles. Suddenly, his expression became sluggish, his entire body going rigid. It was because there was a ghost lamp in this level of hell that released a lush green light, a chilly aura assaulting his face. Moreover, there was a stone coffin right in front of that ghost lamp, and a shriveled little old man was squatting on top of it, smiling strangely at him. Yi Fan's hair stood on end as he staggered backward. There was actually a living creature in this 2nd level of hell. This place had long since broken through the seal, so why was there such a ghost lamp and such an old ghost with soaring Yin energy? His body was in even more pain, as if thousands of Yin needles were pricking his body. Boom! Yi Fan took out the cauldron on the spot, and 9 colored flames poured down like a waterfall, covering his entire body within. He held the Bodhi seed in his palm. This was the extreme Yang divine flame that could burn all filthy evil spirits. Yi Fan used it to protect his body, but he didn't act blindly without thinking and stared fixedly ahead. Chi! That shriveled little old man transformed into a beam of green light and entered the copper lamp with a human body and a ghost face. The flame in the wick immediately became much more exuberant. This is a coffin-suppressing lamp. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. He remembered Duanda's words and knew what this thing was. This ghost face lamp with a human body was definitely a priceless divine treasure for Duanda. It was a divine item used to suppress graves and could be used to suppress malicious spirits in coffins. In this place, there were no other malicious spirits, but there was once a divine thought with a sacred body. That was the Emperor of Ghosts, so who could compare? And this ghost lamp was naturally outstanding among its kind. No one knew how this kind of ghost lamp was refined. Not to mention the lamp itself, even the oil it burned was difficult to find. It was said that it was refined from the grease of a saint, and the more saints there were, the more wonderful it was. Since ancient times, the flame of the lamp would never go out. Looking at the ghost lamp and the dark green ghost flame, Yi Fan was frightened. That was the burning grease refined from the body of a saint, and it was used to suppress malicious spirits with a sacred body. The grease was definitely even more rare and terrifying. This kind of thing was not a magical treasure, so it could not be used to attack the enemy. It could only be used to suppress graves, and it had a great use in the Yin tomb. Yi Fan stared at the ghost face lamp with a human body. The lamp wick was its tongue, and it was indescribably evil and terrifying. This thing was very ancient, and the years had left behind unerasable old marks on it. Just by feeling it, one could tell that this lamp had existed for at least tens of thousands of years. It was definitely not refined by the Gautama Buddha. He must have found it from somewhere else and used it to suppress malicious spirits with a sacred body. This ghost lamp was most likely a divine item. If Duanda was here, he would definitely be drooling and pouncing over. However, Yi Fan was very disgusted and was unwilling to put it away. Apart from dealing with the Yin tomb and ancient tomb, this lamp really did not have much use. Yi Fan looked at the burning human oil in the lamp wick and felt a wave of disgust. Although the ancient great sage was divine, this kind of thing left behind really made people uncomfortable. Even though it is not very clean, it is still precious. Once I enter the ancient cave tomb of gods, this lamp is equivalent to a divine treasure. It has strange and indescribable power. He wanted to put it away, but he was a bit worried about the mischief of that shriveled old man. However, this indirectly proved the terror of this lamp, and it gave birth to a deity. Yi Fan pinched his nose and threw the lamp into the 9-colored flame inside the cauldron to suppress it. He put it away. The stone coffin was empty, and it seemed like there would not be anything left behind. After all, the deity's consciousness had already escaped, and only waves of dense aura pervaded the air. At the end of hell, there were not 18 layers, but only 2. This puzzled Yi Fan. It was completely different from what he had guessed. He searched repeatedly and carefully, but in the end, he came up helplessly. He searched the great Thunderclap temple ruins again and finally found a secret. A stone tablet was buried beside the foundation stone. The words carved on it were not in Sanskrit or cauldron characters, but in the divine language commonly used by the 10,000 ancient races. Now, even though Yi Fan could not understand them all, he was almost there. He could mostly distinguish the meaning. There were only 2 layers of the yin-yang hell, and they mutually restrained each other, using the power of yin and yang to seal each other. This was the general idea of the first line, and there was a passage below. Yi Fan instantly understood that the 18 layers of hell were separated into groups of 2. They were divided into 9 ancient stars, and a total of 18 terrifying ancient existences were suppressed there, each more powerful than the last. It is fortunate that this is the case. Otherwise, if the seal of this place were to be broken and the 18 ancient deities rushed out at the same time, even the return of the Sakyamuni Buddha might not be of any use. Suddenly, the deafening sound of waves traveled over. At first, Yi Fan thought it was an illusion, but when he listened carefully, he simply could not believe his ears. It was real. Moreover, at this time, he saw a vast black ocean surging over from the horizon. He had read reports before that in the distant past, there might have been great rivers on Mars Star, and even great lakes and oceans. But now the era had long changed, so how could they still exist? Boom! The raging waves beat against the shore, and rocks flew through the air. In that black ocean, there were actually a few ghost ships sailing, flickering with green ghostly flames. It was indescribably strange. Chapter 929. Mars was known as Mars in ancient times. Its entire body was reddish-brown, mainly due to the abundance of hematite. 20 years ago, before Yi Fan had left Earth, he had already read some relevant reports. This was a boundless dead star. However, there was only a pitch-black swamp before him. Raging waves were raging, and the sound of tsunamis could be heard as the waves reached the sky. This was a terrifying scene that was inconceivable and incomprehensible. There should have been water on Mars in the past, but it had already dried up tens of thousands of years ago. Yi Fan was flabbergasted as he watched all of this. The black waves rushed in front of him and almost drowned him. The salty water was definitely not an illusion. It was real. He soared into the air and was almost petrified. Where did the water come from? What had happened? Was the fading era of myths about to reappear? He was incomparably vigilant as he gazed at the ghost ships. Although they were very far away, he could already feel the eerie aura coming from them. The Black Sea soon submerged this place. What entered his eyes were huge black waves that slammed into the air, sweeping up thousands of layers of incomparably majestic waves. Everything happened too quickly. The Scarlet Land disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the boundless swamp became the only scene. Even the 5-colored sacrificial altar and the ruins of the great Thunderclap Monastery were submerged. Is this still Mars? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Everything was beyond his understanding. In the distance, the ghost ships were sailing on the waves. They were very stable and didn't capsize at all. The faint green ghostly flames made the scene even more bizarre. Moreover, a dense fog had appeared on the surface of the sea, blurring everything and making it difficult to see clearly. It had only been a short time, but the environment had changed completely. If Yi Fan were to land on Mars now, it would be difficult to recognize him. He would most likely treat it as an unknown starry land. The fog was very dense, but the ghost ships were also becoming more and more hazy. If not for the flickering green ghostly light, he wouldn't be able to see them at all and would soon disappear into the Black Sea. His previous understanding had been overturned. Yi Fan pondered seriously and stared fixedly at the ghost ships. It seemed that if he wanted to understand the situation, he would have to start from them. He stepped on the water and quickly pressed forward, leaving behind a waterline. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind as he approached a slightly smaller ghost ship. It had an ancient design and a long body. It could easily accommodate a few hundred people. The pitch-black hull was shrouded in a sinister and bone-chilling mist. The sea became lifeless and even the waves stopped surging. It was as quiet as death without a single sound. Up until now, Yi Fan had fought no less than 1,000 battles and was full of experience. He was naturally unafraid. It could even be said that he was a bold and skilled person. He landed on the ship. The fog became thicker and thicker, so much that even the heavenly eye was affected. This was a misty sea. Yi Fan had the myriad chi cauldron above his head and the deity striking whip in his hand. He moved forward on the ancient ship and searched in the darkness. The ship was empty and there was only a bronze lamp hanging at the bow of the ship that flickered with ghost fire. He walked deeper and saw corpses. They were all wearing armor and the iron clothes were almost rotting. He used the myriad chi cauldron to lightly touch them. Rustling metal pieces fell to the ground, and the flesh turned to ash. A white skeleton was scattered on the ground. As he walked deeper, he saw corpses after corpses. They were all wearing armor, and their iron clothes were almost rotten. He used the deity striking whip to lightly touch them, and with a crash, the rotten iron pieces fell to the ground. Flesh and blood turned to ash, and a set of white skeletons scattered on the ground. Not long after, he came to the deepest part of the cabin. There was actually a pool of blood made of black jade. The blood inside had long dried up, and there were a few humanoid creatures wrapped in blood. Not long after, he arrived at the innermost depths of the ship. There was actually a pool of blood made from black jade. The blood inside had long dried up, and there were a few humanoid creatures wrapped in blood. Soon, he came to the deepest part of the cabin. There was actually a pool of blood made of black jade. The blood inside had long dried up, and there were a few humanoid creatures wrapped in blood. One of the corpses actually revived. It possessed extraordinary strength and didn't drag him down. Instead, it bounced up like an ape, its hands grabbing towards his neck. Like a corpse coming back to life, it was a vivid scene of a malicious spirit locking people down. Even Yi Fan, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, was shocked. His hair stood on end and he quickly retreated. Then, he swung the deity striking whip and smashed it forward. Boom! His strength was so great that even a Tao-severing monarch would be destroyed in both body and soul. There were not many people in the world who could compete with him in terms of physical strength. Sizzle! The tattered iron clothes shattered on the spot, and the bones turned into fine powder. This strange corpse was smashed into pieces, and could no longer cause trouble. Bang! In the dried-up blood pond, the 5 corpses that were wrapped by the blood lumps all struggled free. They let out mournful howls, jumped up high, and pounced towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan's left hand's 5 fingers opened up, and immediately, 5 dragon-shaped pillars of light shot out and penetrated forward. This type of destructive power was enough to kill a sect's main force. However, 5 light sounds rang out. Even though these 5 blood corpses were penetrated, they still rushed forward murderously, not affected in the slightest. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. These corpses were definitely extremely powerful when they were alive, definitely severing the Tao. Now, only by shattering them could they end their painful nightmare. He lightly shook the cauldron, and all life source energy descended. Every strand was as heavy as a mountain, crushing those ancient corpses into fine powder on the spot, turning them into ashes. This place is truly strange. Who knows how many tens of thousands of years ago these things were left behind, yet they still haven't decayed and can still cause trouble. Yi Fan was astonished. Woo-woo. Suddenly, a sorrowful sobbing sound rang through the air. In this quiet black sea of death, it was especially terrifying, making one's scalp go numb. Yi Fan immediately rushed out of the cabin and arrived on the deck. He stared at the source of the sound. It was the bronze ghost lamp hanging at the bow of the ship. He smashed over with a fist, and with a pu sound, the ghost flame was extinguished. The ancient lamp turned into ashes. However, the sobbing sound had already spread through the Black Sea. Its voice was especially distant. The ghost ships nearby quickly rushed over, and there were several corpses on the deck. It was an incomparably strange sight. Just a few ancient corpses. They aren't that powerful, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Yi Fan sneered. The 6 Tao reincarnation's fist struck out, and a pair of golden fists immediately stirred up heaven overflowing waves. Endless golden light surged, turning these ghost ships into fine powder, including the ancient corpses. The sea surface calmed down, and not a single sound could be heard. Even the waves calmed down. The entire sea was deathly silent without a trace of sound. However, Yi Fan felt a bit uneasy inside. A type of inauspicious aura pervaded the air, as if something was about to happen. Sure enough, not long after, the atmosphere became increasingly oppressive. 9 gigantic black ancient ships suddenly appeared, and they were all as tall as mountains. They didn't make a single sound, and they were like 9 islands that suddenly appeared. They were filled with an oppressive feeling, and only the ghost lamp at the bow of the ship was flickering with a faint light. The deathly silence lasted until the ship was right in front of them. A mournful cry broke the silence, and then a scene that made one's scalp go numb occurred. The 9 black ships were in an uproar, and it was unknown how many ghost claws were waving about. It was almost boiling as ghostly energy soared into the sky. The deafening clamor and ghostly cries were terrifying. Then, like dumplings being put into a pot, tens of thousands of ghost corpses jumped down from the ships and pounced towards Yi Fan. Many of them submerged into the Black Sea, and as they swam over, the ghost claws covered the surface of the sea. This kind of scene made one terrified. It was unheard of and unseen. This strange scene caused Yi Fan's heart to jump violently. He couldn't understand why such a terrifying thing was happening. Boom! Some powerful ghost corpses directly flew over, breathing in and out black clouds as if they could suck the heaven and earth into their mouths. The ghost bodies were incomparably tall, and all of them were covered in rusty iron clothes. Yi Fan was in big trouble. He was submerged by the sea of ghosts. A pair of golden fists shattered everything in their way, but there was no lack of powerful ghosts among them. They were definitely half-saints when they were alive. I understand now. Yi Fan looked at their armor and the boundless sea of ghosts. He knew that these must be the ancient soldiers he saw on the pentacolor altar. They were formed after they died. Presumably, there must be a place of extreme Een energy on the ancient Mars where countless Een spirits were buried, allowing their bodies to be preserved until now. Every time the mysterious Black Sea surged, they could also come out to wreak havoc. Yi Fan's battle had sunk into a predicament because there were too many ghost corpses. There were even ghosts transformed from half-saints. Although they didn't have the cultivation of the past, they were still boundlessly terrifying. Just as he was about to summon the 9-colored flame, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared from the end of the sea. It shook off the endless Een fog and rapidly approached. This was a large resplendent ship that emitted boundless divine splendor. It illuminated the entire world and dispersed the thick fog. It let out deafening chanting that shook the vast sky. It was as if they had arrived at Mount Meru. The chanting of Buddhas turned into symbols and rushed into the heavens to suppress these ghost corpses. Divine splendor surged forth violently. Buddhist light shone and many ghost corpses were crushed, vanishing into thin air. Even more retreated into the 9 black ghost ships to confront the resplendent ship. Yi Fan was astonished. The descent of the gods and Buddhas had reversed the situation in an instant, forcing many ghost corpses to retreat. But what was going on with this ship that was filled with divine aura? Suddenly, he was dumbfounded. There were no living people on the seemingly divine and resplendent ship. The hundreds of golden arhats had long since passed away. They were all skin and bones and had lost their lives. All the chanting came from their remnant thoughts and dharma bodies when they were alive. A ship full of dead monks. Yi Fan counted carefully. There were exactly 500 old monks. Every one of them was skin and bones, but there was no aura of death. Their skin was golden and engraved with divine light. Could it be 500 golden arhats? He drew in a breath of cold air. The resplendent ship carried 500 golden arhats who were innately the bane of ghosts. The chanting resounded through the clouds as the 9 black ghost ships sobbed sorrowfully and rushed into the depths of the Black Sea. Boom! Suddenly, huge waves surged and crashed against the shore. The raging waves spanned thousands of miles and were about to split the sky. Both the ghost ships and the Buddhist ships were uncontrollable. They were pulled by a huge force and rushed towards the north. At the same time, Yi Fan discovered that the Black Ocean was receding and the tsunami was retreating towards the North Pole of Mars at an extraordinary speed. What's going on? Yi Fan was puzzled. Many places had reappeared on dry land, so he chased after them. At the North Pole of the ancient Mars star, a huge eye of the sea appeared. The torrential ocean flowed in, and the 9 ghost ships and the golden Buddha ship were also spinning in it. This sea eye was too big and possessed a demonic nature. It could even swallow the heaven and earth, distorting the surrounding space and causing the void to collapse continuously. It was boundlessly terrifying. Yi Fan's expression immediately changed. This might be the greatest secret of Mars. The ocean that was thought to have evaporated was here. Roar! A loud roar came from the depths of the demonic sea eye. If not for the fact that Yi Fan had a saint physique, he would have exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Brat, you ruined my plans. The demonic sea eye that opens once in 1,000 years has closed just like this. Even eating your flesh and drinking your blood won't be enough to quench my hatred. A wave of majestic blood energy drowned out the heaven and earth. The entire world was about to explode as demonic energy overflowed the heavens. This was definitely an ancient demonic saint. Chapter 930. The reports Yi Fan saw on Earth had come true. There were ancient rivers on Mars, and related researchers even believed that there were great lakes and oceans. Now it was confirmed. There was a demonic sea eye at the North Pole here. It was so mystical that even the heaven and earth were collapsing and being swallowed inside. No wonder the Black Sea came and went so suddenly. However, now was not the time to think absent-mindedly. That was because a heaven-overflowing demonic aura rushed over from the Black Sea eye. Blood energy rolled about, startling the stars and shaking the moon. The peerless demonic saint rushed out. Its angry roar caused the sky above to collapse. The stars in the sky seemed to be swaying and trembling as if they were about to fall. Yi Fan was horrified. He didn't know how powerful this demonic saint was. If it wasn't for the human race's divine physique and profound cultivation, he would have been turned into meat paste by this roar. A bitter aura rushed into the sky. The black demonic sea eye cracked open, and a colossus rushed into the sky, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Demonic mist surged into the sky. The body of this demonic saint couldn't be seen, and only 2 huge red lantern-like eyes could be seen closing in from the distance. It was obvious that this was a colossus, and its body could most likely crush an endless ancient mountain. It made Yi Fan feel as if his soul was about to leave his body and be drawn in by the demonic saint's aura. It was terrifying to the extreme. Demonic aura rushed into the heavens. This demonic saint seemed to be able to pluck the stars and grab the moon. Before the person arrived, the tsunami-like fluctuations had already swept over, shaking the entire ancient Mars. Roar! A loud roar exploded like 10,000 layers of thunder. The world immediately collapsed, and roiling demonic aura surged, drowning out everything in sight. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head shook violently. The source energy of all things fell down, and each strand could crush a divine mountain. It was the world's most precious immortal material. At this moment, dang-dang sounds rang out, and the sound waves were like tangible divine swords hacking above, sending both the cauldron and Yi Fan flying. Yi Fan coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Golden blood sprinkled down, penetrating the void. He stabilized his body in the distance with great difficulty, and his face was full of shock. This was a true demonic saint that couldn't be defeated. The Sakyamuni Buddha traveled far away, and now on this ancient star, who could oppose him? Even in the Beidou star domain, who could stop him? This was because Yi Fan sensed that this demonic saint's vitality was too vigorous. It was even vaster than the Black Sea from before, submerging the entire heaven and earth. He felt that it was even more terrifying than the ancient ancestral kings he had seen before. Black mist surged, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. It was boundlessly vast as it surged into the sky, and every single inch of space in the world was covered in it. It was as if a stellar domain was shaking, but also as if a silver river was dyed black and then fell. This was endless divine might. In the midst of the monstrous demonic chi, a gigantic silhouette stood in front of them, looking down on them. Apart from a pair of gigantic red eyes that resembled red lanterns, there was nothing else to be seen. However, Yi Fan immediately knew who he was. Crocodile Ancestor. It was just like what they saw back then. When he broke free, it was also like this. Today, it was even more so. This type of bitter aura was enough to shake the world. Mars has become the world's greatest bitter sea. The entire life source star has become an immortal burial ground, and all of the historical remains have been swallowed into the eye of the demonic sea. This one has guarded bitterly for more than 20 years, and now that I am about to enter and obtain the immortal burial that will be used to verify the Tao in the future, I was disturbed by you in an instant. Everything became nothing. A rumbling angry voice tore through the sky, raging between heaven and earth. It was like deafening thunder. Even though Ancestor Crocodile was angry, his voice was calm and cold to the extreme. He stared fixedly at him, his two blood-red eyes filled with cruelty and ruthlessness. "Crocodile, old demon!" Yi Fan also shouted loudly, his heart full of hatred. Not to mention that many of his old friends had died here back then. Even if they escaped to the Beidou Star Domain, they still wouldn't be able to live in peace. This filled him with sorrow. There was a great enmity between them. The source of all life energy. Truly blessed by the heavens. Could it be that the heavens are making up for it, sending me the most precious immortal material? Great ripples appeared in Ancestor Crocodile's ice-cold eyes, and then they slowly melted. He released thunderous laughter. Facing this demonic saint, Yi Fan felt a deep sense of helplessness. He wanted to kill, but he was powerless. He clenched his fists tightly. 20 years ago, you crossed such a long distance, yet you could still come back. This is really beyond my expectations. The ancient crocodile sneered, revealing a vague silhouette in the black mist. It was a huge body comparable to a mountain. "Demon crocodile, you harmed so many of my classmates. Why did you do this?" Yi Fan roared. Ancestor Crocodile looked at him as if he was looking at an ant, without a trace of emotion. He said, "Do I still need to scheme against a few insects? I just went with the flow." What he said was the truth. At his realm, how could he think highly of mortals back then? According to him, he just did what he wanted, even forming a strand of primordial spirit to enter the ancient bronze coffin. Yi Fan was bitter. Ancestor Crocodile didn't care about the deaths of his classmates at all. It only treated it as stepping on a few ants. It didn't count as anything. It didn't even leave a trace in its heart. "Why didn't you personally enter the ancient bronze coffin?" "I didn't leave. First, it's because of the thing in the ancient bronze coffin. Second, I know Sakyamuni is on the way. I don't want to meet him again. Third, it's because I want to wait for the immortal fate of the bewilderment demonic sea eye that opens once in 1,000 years. At this point, Ancestor Crocodile's bloody eyes turned cold again. Yi Fan ruined his big plan, which made him want to kill him. Suddenly, 100,000 celestial swords rushed into the sky, clanging and shaking the heaven and earth. Those were crocodile scales, clanging and clanging, turning into an armor above the black water. Amidst the sound of metal, a black gold armor was put on Ancestor Crocodile's body. He turned into a human, tall and majestic, 2 meters tall, and descended. This was a burly middle-aged man with a threatening aura, like a demon god. He walked forward step by step, surrounded by ribbons of black mist, suffocating people. Different from the divine crocodile seen in the northern Dipper Star region, his armor was black, flashing with a cold metallic luster. Other than his thick black hair and bloody eyes, his entire body was covered. The sacred robe. An existence that could create a sacred robe was extremely terrifying, especially this kind of demonic saint that could cross star regions. Even in the northern Dipper Star region, it was difficult to subdue him. "Why were you suppressed here? Did you come from the blue planet in this star region?" Yi Fan's heart was filled with hatred, but at the same time, he had too many questions. 2,000 years ago, I crossed the starry sky and came to that blue planet to search for ancient immortals, but I didn't expect to be suppressed by Sakyamuni. Ancestor Crocodile's eyes became even colder when he mentioned the past, but his tone was still emotionless. "Do you know why there are no cultivators on that blue planet now?" Although Yi Fan wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood, he wanted to know more ancient secrets. "I came across an ancient starry sky path and went against the immortals to pursue the secrets of immortals, but I was suppressed here." Killing intent surged in Ancestor Crocodile's eyes. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared, dripping with fresh blood. With one look, one could tell that he had killed countless creatures over the years. "Do you know the secret of the ancient bronze coffin pulled by 9 dragons?" It was rare for Yi Fan to see an ancient demonic saint so close to Earth. He was eager to know all its secrets. "Brat, you talk too much. I'll just send you on your way. I've already satisfied many of your questions." Ancestor Crocodile's killing intent soared to the heavens. His body trembled slightly, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. "Wait. Do you know how I reversed the situation and returned? I know everything about Sakyamuni. Tell me the secrets, and I'll tell you the things on the other side of the starry sky." Yi Fan shouted in order to dispel his doubts and also to stall for time. 9 dragons pulling a coffin, mysterious and distant. I've seen it twice in my life. The first time was 5,000 years ago on a broken life source star in the depths of the star domain. I thought that I had obtained a great fortune and wanted to open it, but it almost destroyed my cultivation in this life. I barely escaped with my life, the ancient crocodile said in a gloomy voice. Just how long has it existed? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He was shaken. Not to mention the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, just Ancestor Crocodile's lifespan was frightening enough. It had existed for 5,000 years, and even the written history of ancient China wasn't that far back. Of course, that period of time didn't count. Now, he knew that there was an era of gods and demons on Earth. Where were you born? How many life source planets are there in the desolate universe? How are they related? Where is the end of the ancient starry sky path? Are there immortals in this world? Yi Fan had too many questions that he wanted to ask clearly. However, Ancestor Crocodile sneered and said, "Brat, you have too many questions. I'll shatter your primordial spirit and extract your memories. I'll know everything about Sakyamuni and the path ahead. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." At this point, he stretched out a large hand and grabbed forward. With a rumbling sound, the sky collapsed, and the large black hand blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Yi Fan's expression changed. This was a demonic saint. Even if there were 100 or 1,000 of him, it would be useless. The difference in cultivation was too great. Even an immortal fetus would be useless. He quickly shook the cauldron. The myriad chi fell down and protected him tightly. At the same time, he was ready to unleash a terrifying attack. The black hand was obviously coming to grab the cauldron. Even ancient emperors would be moved when faced with such peerless immortal materials, let alone Ancestor Crocodile. He had long since reached his limit. Suddenly, a dazzling radiance rushed up. 9 colored flames filled the sky and enveloped the black hand on the spot, burning it fiercely. A muffled groan could be heard as Ancestor Crocodile's black hand turned into a torch that couldn't be extinguished. It almost evaporated the water in front of the black sea eye. Yi Fan immediately took out the profound jade platform and wanted to cross the void to escape. However, the formation platform shattered on the spot and turned into powder. A puny human actually injured me. Ancestor Crocodile's words were incomparably cold. His hand was badly injured. He continuously used Tao laws and finally managed to extinguish the flames on his hand. You killed so many of my old friends. Today, I'll settle things with you. Yi Fan threw caution to the wind and was ready to take out a trump card. You are just a group of insects in my eyes. I casually set up a backup plan and sent a primordial spirit to Big Dipper. To be honest, I've never treated you as anything. I can kill billions of ants like you with one hand. Ancestor Crocodile had a trace of disdain. One day, you will also be stepped on by others like an ant. Yi Fan said coldly. He wanted to take out his trump card, but it was still night and the sky hadn't brightened yet. He was afraid that he would die because of this. Your physique is very special and you also have an extraordinary fate. You can even find a shocking immortal material like the myriad chi source root that even ancient emperors yearned for. Today, I'll kill you and take away the human Tao foundation of an ant like you. Ancestor Crocodile said coldly. Waves of chanting could be heard as if bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas were chanting sutras. All kinds of runes were densely packed and boundless golden light surged over. The golden ancient ship that was spinning in the Devil's Sea Eye sailed over. The 500 golden arhats were all skin and bones. Their bodies shone with divine splendor. They thought that they had all passed away, but at this moment, a divine monk opened his eyes. You are that ancient Buddha from Thunder Sound Temple. You are actually still alive. Ancestor Crocodile shouted. Chapter 931. The ancient golden ship sailed against the black ocean and escaped from the demonic sea eye. 500 golden arhats sat cross-legged and only the old monk opened his eyes, chanting Buddhist scriptures. This ship of arhats with bones wrapped in divine skin were the former divine monks of the great Thunderclap Temple? Yi Fan was astonished. This was like a small Mount Meru. Old monk, you are still alive. Didn't you die 2,000 years ago? Ancestor Crocodile shouted. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. It was obvious that he had fought with this old monk before. Buddha is merciful, good. The old monk opened his mouth. He was only left with a layer of skin and was as thin as firewood. However, he was surrounded by Buddhist light and looked sacred and lofty. Stop pretending to be merciful. Today I will refine you into dust. Ancestor Crocodile said coldly. His black golden armor flickered with a cold metallic luster, making him look extraordinarily heroic. This old monk should have died long ago. I only have one breath left after 2,000 years. In order to guard the demonic sea eye, if it wasn't for the two benefactors fighting, I'm afraid I would have never woken up. Yi Fan was shocked. These were the golden arhats of Sakyamuni. This old monk was an ancient Buddha and seemed to have a great background. Through his narration, Yi Fan was very surprised. He understood some old matters. They guarded the great Thunderclap Temple and were responsible for suppressing the heroic spirits of the ancient Mars star. It could be said that they had a long way to go. This ancient star was once full of vitality and was a source of life. In the end, a war across star domains occurred and everything was destroyed. It was unknown how many experts died in this place. It was hard to calculate how many sacred bones were buried here. This was the burial ground of the heroic spirits. Naturally, this place became incomparably evil. All the heroic spirits were sealed in the demonic sea eye. It was equivalent to hell on earth. No wonder I couldn't enter the demonic sea eye despite going against the Black Ocean. That door was restricted by you monks. The ancient crocodile's bloody eyes became colder. Benefactor, don't provoke a disaster. Since you can find the demonic sea eye, you naturally know how it was formed and what kind of existence is sealed in the deepest part. So many years have passed. Even if there were immortals, they would have long turned into dung. What could be left inside? Ancestor Crocodile said coldly. Yes, things from that era can't live until now. But don't forget what this place is. Demonic Sea Eye of the North Sea Eye, a land of extreme een. You also saw the appearance of the ghost ship. Many things turned into een spirits, not to mention the existence sealed in the deepest point of extreme een. Now, there are definitely supreme een deities as well as unparalleled heroic spirits. No matter who comes, they won't be able to subdue them. The old monk had a solemn expression on his face. Yi Fan was shocked. It turned out that the remains of the past civilizations and creatures that died in battle were sealed within this devil sea eye. There were even many ancient secrets and past events that were unknown to others. Old monk, are you going to make a move again? It's been 2,000 years. You really are alive. Even Sakyamuni respects you as teacher. The black golden armor of the ancient crocodile clanged. Its murderous aura was like a sword, slashing in all directions, sweeping out a large ravine on the ground and the sky. Yi Fan was shocked. He looked at the old monk in disbelief. He was the only one still alive on the golden ship. What kind of identity did he have? My Dharma is not as good as Buddha. I can only be regarded as a guide. He created his own path. Me and the others who are respected as teachers are nothing. The divine monk put his palms together. Yi Fan was surprised. Then, he remembered some records. Buddha had several teachers before he was enlightened. Some were Brahmins, and some were sadhus. Then, he created his own religion. This old monk was at least an ancient Buddha. He was most likely the sadhus of the past. Before Buddha created his religion, Dharma also existed. However, it had declined on earth. It was fragmented and loose. Even the Dharma was not correct. The old monk who had once guided Sakyamuni. This was an astonishing origin. Just thinking about it made people dumbfounded. Yi Fan was truly subdued and even a bit dumbfounded. How ancient was this person? He must have been a virtuous Buddha. He must know everything about Earth's ancient times. This was a true living fossil. If he could sit with him for a day, he might be able to solve most of the mysteries in his heart. Yi Fan was incomparably excited at the thought of this. Old monk, who do you think you are? I admit that I'm not Buddha's match, but can't I kill you? Even if you are half a teacher to him. The ancient crocodile was powerful and tyrannical. The black golden armor on its body hummed and emitted millions of sword radiance. It took a step forward and was about to board the golden ship. Namo hi na na dong na yi yi, namo ali yi palu di, shuabo na yi puti sa tu yi. The old monk started chanting the demons subduing scripture. Golden runes jumped out one after another and imprinted in the sky. Each of them was extremely heavy. Clang, clang. Ancestor Crocodile attacked. Sparks flew in all directions with each strike colliding with the runes. At their level, Any random attack was the law of heaven and earth. If it wasn't for the fact that Mars was a special ancient planet, their battle might have shattered half of the ancient planet. That was because the divine chains of order had already rushed up and penetrated the boundless void. This was a fierce battle. Both sides held nothing back and wanted to destroy the other. This was a battle between Buddha and demon. Namo Yina na dong na yi yi. Suddenly, all the golden arhats on the ancient ship began to chant sutras. These were the remnant thoughts and fluctuations from when they were alive. Their chanting resounded throughout Mars. Boundless light blossomed and confronted the ancient crocodile. The entire golden ship burst forth with all kinds of patterns that interweaved under the sky. Chanting. It was as if all the bodhisattvas were shouting in unison, or as if Buddhas were roaring in anger. It seemed to have come from ancient times and possessed boundless and immeasurable divine might. This ancient golden ship was a supreme magic artifact that was at least of the legendary grade. There were formations carved by Buddha himself on it. At this moment, they were all lit up with the intention of purifying all demons in the world. The might of Buddha spread for 80,000 li. The Buddhist Dharma was profound and unfathomable. It could purify all enemies, and at this moment, it displayed astonishing might. The chanting continued without end. It was like a great golden bell, so loud that even the deaf could hear. Golden ancient runes flickered one after another and submerged this place. Ancestor Crocodile was very powerful, but it was a bit weary to deal with Buddha's half-master. This ancient ship combined with the wills of the 500 golden arhats from when they were alive. Its might was unimaginable, and it was all activated by the old monk. Mars was the world's largest sea of bitterness. The great Thunderclap Temple had once been located here. This ancient golden ship had a special meaning as it could help people cross the sea of bitterness. And now, taking action against Ancestor Crocodile was like purifying an ancient great demon. The chanting continued without end. It was as if the 3,000 ancient bodhisattvas and Buddhas were chanting sutras together. The divine might shocked the world and boundless light turned into eternity. Yi Fan watched from afar and didn't run away. There was no way out of this star domain, and rushing to Earth wasn't a good choice either. That was because if the flames of war were to be drawn there would be unimaginable consequences. Since he had already reached this step, he was going to throw caution to the wind and wait for daybreak. Even if the old monk was defeated, he still had to fight and take revenge for his classmate who died in vain. This was a holy war, a great battle between ancient saints. Complicated secret techniques and incomprehensible divine laws of order ran through this area. Finally, at daybreak, the chanting on the golden ship was no longer as loud and the splendor had also dimmed quite a bit. Buddha is 1 foot tall. Demons 10 feet tall. The ancient crocodile sneered and said, "Do you think you can purify me unless Buddha returns? This poor monk is old and his chi and blood have dried up. I should have left this world a long time ago. Indeed, I can't purify benefactor, but I can see your future. Your evil has come to an end." Nonsense. How could Ancestor Crocodile believe him? This ancient monk chanted Buddhist chants. The splendor on his body dimmed and slowly faded away. He was about to pass away and turn into Tao bones, becoming one with the golden ship. The body of the ship shone and filled in the demonic sea eye. At this moment, the seawater had already flowed in and there was no water left on the ground. Pedantic. You are about to die, yet you still haven't found a good place. You just had to block the demonic sea eye. Ancestor Crocodile sneered. If I don't enter hell, who will? The old monk's last words were transmitted over. He rushed into the burial ground of heroic spirits with the ancient ship and filled in the demonic sea eye. Ancestor Crocodile turned around. His black armor flickered with a cold luster, making him look as if he was cast from demonic gold. His divine might was unmatched. At this moment, the first ray of dawn shone over and illuminated him even more terrifying. He stood tall and straight, suppressing people to the point of suffocation. His long black hair scattered behind him as his bloody eyes stared coldly at Yi Fan. "Ant, you dare to have killing intent towards me? So what if your physique is special? I can trample people like you to death with 1 foot." He was full of contempt and didn't take Yi Fan seriously at all. After finishing off that ancient Buddha, he naturally didn't care anymore. There was no one in this star region who could deal with him. "You crocodile, today, only one of us will survive," Yi Fan shouted. "A little insect dares to clamor at the gods in the sky. Even if you raise your head, you won't be able to see how high my toes are. You aren't worthy, Ancestor Crocodile said with extreme contempt. Then, he displayed his boundless Dharma body and quickly enlarged it. He raised his foot and stepped towards Yi Fan. He wanted to trample him to death with one foot, just like how he would treat an ant. He did this extremely naturally, truly treating Yi Fan like an ant, not treating him like anything at all. It was because his cultivation realm was right there for all to see. For Yi Fan, this was an extreme humiliation. He didn't say anything else and used the travel symbol to retreat. At the same time, he shook the cauldron above his head. The ancient immortal treasure scroll flew out and endless stars flickered. Then, he shook it forcefully and a person flew out from within. This was an old man who was sealed in a divine source. He was as thin as a match and sat cross-legged. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of life, but it still made people's hearts palpitate. His upper body was bare and bony. His lower body was wrapped in a beast skin and in his hand was a lustrous white bone club. He looked very primitive, but it still gave people a horrifying feeling. A scarlet chain with dazzling divine splendor bound him. It was as if it was tightly bound to his flesh. There were many Tao patterns engraved on it that were indescribably profound. This was a scarlet divine chain. Ancestor Crocodile saw this and still stomped down. He sensed that the person in the source was very terrifying and wanted to take the initiative to attack first. He wanted to use his ancient saint power to hack the old man to death. Pang! This step couldn't be said to be anything but tyrannical. Even an archaic ancestral king would be smashed to pieces. Without any suspense, Ancestor Crocodile made a vicious move. However, one could only see the divine source piece fly out and turn into brilliant divine light. That old man was completely unharmed. Moreover, there was a wave of terrifying fluctuations that rippled outwards. It was as if raging waves were beating against the shore and rocks were piercing through the sky. All of this was the aura of this archaic saint's awakening. Heaven and earth rumbled. It was as if a vast body of water was bursting through a dam. The entire heavens collapsed. This archaic saint opened his eyes with a schwa sound. It was incomparably dazzling. Even someone as powerful as Ancestor Crocodile cried out in alarm. He flipped 3 times and flew out in reverse to avoid those 2 intimidating eyes. It was as if 2 streaks of lightning struck between heaven and earth. Those were 2 tangible streaks that rushed into the sky dome in an instant, shattering the heavens with a domineering aura. His pair of eyes were too terrifying. They were 10 million times more resplendent than the divine lamp. It was as if 2 suns had condensed and were embedded in his eye sockets. They burned fiercely and no one could look at them face to face. Senior, please punish this demon. He has gone too far in bullying my human race. Yi Fan transmitted sound in a loud voice. Needless to say, this archaic saint couldn't be humiliated. If someone dared to step on his body, it would be sensed. Chapter 932. This heaven and earth seemed to be unable to bear his might. As soon as the archaic saint revived, the natural fluctuations that were released collapsed the sky and earth. The beams of light shot out from his eyes burned fiercely, reaching who knew how many li divine flames surged and throbbed, terrifying to the extreme. No one could look straight at them. Ancestor Crocodile screamed. Even he couldn't bear it. A pair of seemingly tangible divine radiance stared at him. 2 bloody holes appeared on his body, and blood gushed out. This was a terrifying scene. The black golden armor on his body was extremely sturdy. It was forged from the scales shed by his body, yet it was pierced through by the 2 resplendent rays of light. Ancestor Crocodile was an ancient saint. He even defeated half of the Sakyamuni Buddha's master, so there was no need to doubt his cultivation. However, at this time, he was in such a passive state and was under great pressure. Who are you? He was truly shocked. Was there really such a powerful character in the present world? Why had he never heard of him before? In his knowledge, apart from the Sakyamuni Buddha, no one could be this powerful and intimidating. Back then, in the Ziwei ancient star domain, Yi Fan had once activated this archaic saint to help the old madman. However, he was stopped by the power of the King's seals, and in the end, he couldn't fight. The archaic saint didn't say anything. The tyrannical aura from when he had just revived finally calmed down a bit. The beams of light in his eyes also shrunk to 3 zhong in length, but they became even more dazzling. They burned like true divine flames. His entire being had the power to devour mountains and rivers. He was like an archaic deity. Even though he didn't say a single word, he could intimidate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Ancestor Crocodile sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that he had encountered a fierce opponent. This was a great enemy that he had never seen before. Today, he might die with a grievance. The archaic saint only moved his body slightly, and the heaven and earth split apart. It was as if this world couldn't contain his body. Great spatial cracks extended from the edge of his body into the depths of heaven and earth. A scarlet divine chain pierced into his flesh, but it couldn't affect his movements. He was full of pressure as he pressed forward. His eyes were extremely terrifying, as if he was staring at prey. Roar! Ancestor Crocodile roared. The black golden armor shone brightly, and his black hair danced in the wind. He took the initiative to attack. Otherwise, this mysterious saint's aura would completely suppress him. The divine flames in the primordial saint's eyes became more and more dazzling, burning the void. He faced the shocking attack head-on, not even dodging the huge black hand that came slapping at him. Clang! An ear-piercing metallic sound rang out. Ancestor Crocodile's large hand could crush archaic ancestral kings, but when it struck this old saint's body, it could only release a sonorous sound, unable to kill the enemy. Meanwhile, his palm and fingers were bleeding profusely. This kind of scene was extremely frightening, and it was enough to prove how terrifying the archaic saints were. His eyes became more and more dazzling. They were like 2 condensed suns that could burn the eyes of others blind. Yi Fan had a feeling that this ancient saint was really staring at his prey. He didn't see the crocodile as a demon saint, but as a beast to satisfy his hunger. That kind of gaze was too strange, so terrifying, full of hunger, as if it was hunting. Ancestor Crocodile clearly noticed this as well, his body going cold. With a zhung sound, a sharp divine sword left its sheath. This was his war weapon. It hacked through the heavens, hacking down. During this entire process, along with the wails of ghosts and the howls of gods, a foul wind, and a rain of blood, a myriad of corpses appeared, and the heavens and the earth had transformed into an azure field that was covered in corpses. All the people that this sword had killed in the past appeared at this moment. The mythical demon sword was forged with the blood of tens of thousands of living beings. Heaven and earth collapsed. If not for Mars being sealed, if it was any other star, the entire ancient star would have been cut in half without any suspense. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky were shaking. It cut through the sky, and nothing could stop this world-shaking sword. Even the rising sun had completely dimmed, and it was far from being comparable to the sword light. In the face of this sword, the primordial saint faced it with his back to him. Instantly, sparks flew everywhere, and divine energy split the sky. Not only was Yi Fan dumbfounded, but even Ancestor Crocodile was stupefied. His fingers were sore, and he couldn't even hold the divine sword in his hand steadily. Clanging sounds rang out, and the world shook. Ancestor Crocodile's demon sword hacked down on the primordial saint's scarlet iron chain. Sparks flew everywhere, and the cold light illuminated the heavens. It was deafening. That was a scarlet divine chain, and it was engraved with many primordial symbols. It possessed a powerful divine power, and it wanted to use this to bind the primordial saint forever. A long time ago, Yi Fan and the Black Emperor had studied it. At that time, Duando advised him to immediately abandon it, because the primordial saint's power had long seeped into the god sealing chain and was about to break it. Now it was hacked down by Ancestor Crocodile's strongest divine sword, and the symbols on it dimmed quite a bit. Not only was Yi Fan scared, but even the primordial saint was horrified. However, this primordial saint didn't care at all. He treated Ancestor Crocodile like an iron pole, and he planned to break the scarlet divine chain. Great Yin and Great Yang, whichever is stronger, Yin and Yang support each other, the emperor under the heavens. Yi Fan recalled this incantation-like ancient saying. This wasn't an ordinary primordial saint. He was extremely terrifying and powerful. During the archaic years when experts were as common as clouds and ancestral kings stood in great numbers, he could move unhindered under the heavens. He had killed quite a few ancestral kings, and one of them was even the great sage. Back then, all the clans attacked him from all sides. When he was in a daze, the matchless father and son from the nest of 10,000 dragons took advantage of this and sealed him. His accomplishments were extremely terrifying. He cultivated the Great Yin and Great Yang scriptures at the same time, and this was the path to prove himself. However, in the end he went crazy. He was a god during the day and a devil during the night. Everywhere he passed by, there would be a reign of terror. It was full of slaughter, and the archaic era was shaken. At that time, the human race was extremely weak, yet such a supreme expert appeared. It truly triggered a great panic. He was called the human devil, and all the great clans felt uneasy. Since the ancient times, almost all those who cultivated the Great Yin and Great Yang scriptures had failed. No one succeeded. However, this primordial saint cultivated both scriptures and survived. It couldn't be denied that this was a miracle. As a god during the day, he was filled with divine light. At night, he was a devil with murderous intent lingering around his body. He was incomparably crazy. Yi Fan and the others had speculated that this was at least a great sage. Otherwise, how could he dare to cultivate the Great Yin and Great Yang scriptures at the same time? He wanted to prove his Tao. Dusk was when he was at his weakest. His mind wasn't clear, and it was easy for others to take advantage of him. Otherwise, even during the archaic years, when there were many ancestral kings, it would be difficult for anyone to subdue him. Chong, Kang, Ancestor Crocodile, was also scared. He did everything he could to attack. He brandished the demon sword, bringing with it heaven-overflowing bloody light and tens of thousands of corpses as he slaughtered his way over. His eyes were very vicious. This time, not a single one of the scarlet divine chains hit its target. All of them were aimed at the primordial saint's vital points. Every sword carried strands of the heavenly Tao. The laws were like rain, pouring down in torrents. It was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, some people in the Outer Space Observatory were astonished. After careful observation and comparison, they believed that Mars was experiencing a rare meteor shower. Moreover, it was extremely serious. According to that level of impact, it was enough to destroy Mars. What was strange was that it was actually unharmed. Later on, this encrypted information was sent to several relevant countries and was classified as top secret. That was because after careful analysis, they deciphered the shocking truth that exceeded common sense. Yi Fan didn't know any of this and didn't have the heart to pay attention to it. He was attracted by the great battle in front of him. Ancestor Crocodile's magical power was heaven-overflowing and could definitely cut down Mars' star with a single sword strike. Unfortunately, he was obstructed by the seal here. The primordial saint was even more terrifying. He moved like a ghost and turned into a war god. He didn't take the initiative to attack and kept staring at Ancestor Crocodile. Most of his energy was focused on his own body, wanting to break the scarlet divine chains. Even if there was a sword radiance that hacked at him, it would only produce a string of sparks and produce a bloody scar. It was difficult to injure him to the core. He was like a demonic god. Chi! Ancestor Crocodile rushed into the sky. He was terrified and wanted to escape from Mars. This demonic human was too terrifying. The more he fought, the more terrified he became. If he broke free from the chains, who in this world could subdue him? Xiao. However, the primordial saint didn't give him the chance. He teleported and blocked his path. Within the morning multicolored light, his divine might was awe-inspiring like a heavenly deity descending to the mortal world. The demonic human opened his mouth and inhaled. It was as if the sun had been swallowed. Endless essence flames covered the sky and earth. It was millions and millions of times more terrifying than a meteor shower. All of Mars was enveloped by it. Kacha! He circulated his magical power and his entire body went taut. In that instant, the sound of chains snapping rang out. Streaks of scarlet light flew in all directions. The scarlet divine chains were broken by him. He was like a demon king who had broken free of his shackles. He let out a long roar that shook the world. The sound waves rushed forward and formed a beam of light, blasting Ancestor Crocodile down. The great ancient crocodile was anxious. It wanted to tear open the void and cross into the starry sky, but it couldn't. This primordial saint stood on Mars' star and locked down the heaven and earth. He couldn't break through at all. Wang. The old saint took the initiative to attack. Although he was as thin as a match, he had the strength to pluck the sun, stars and moon. His divine might spread out for hundreds of thousands of miles. The white bone club in his hand was as heavy as 1,000,000,000,000 tons. Nothing could stop it and it crushed the heavens and earth. Ancestor Crocodile screamed and fled for his life. He was originally an existence that could kill an ancient king and hack apart the ancient Buddha of the Great Thunderclap Monastery. But now, he was scared out of his wits. Clang! The great ancient crocodile resisted while fleeing. The demon sword in his hand was smashed apart by the bone club on the spot. It broke into dozens of pieces and fell into the devil's eye. The primordial saint swung the bone club again. The pure white bone weapon contained an undying divinity. It turned into a beam of white light and fell down. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky all trembled. Pfff. A streak of bloody light surged. Ancestor Crocodile cried out. The lower half of his body was forcefully broken, turning into a bloody paste. Meanwhile, the armor on his body shattered inch by inch, turning into powder, unable to protect him at all. The great ancient crocodile's soul almost left his body. He transformed into his true form and fled against the sky. However, he couldn't escape at all. The old saint locked onto him and increased his speed, cutting off his path forward. His lower body was wrapped in beast skin and he held a bone club in his hand. His hair was a mess and he looked like a savage that walked out from a primitive tribe. However, his strength was terrifying. At this moment, he completely treated Ancestor Crocodile as his prey. He acted like he was dealing with a wild beast and attacked ferociously. Not long ago, Ancestor Crocodile was like a god to Yi Fan. But now, he had fallen into a true crocodile. He was being targeted by a hunter and his life was in danger. The old saint swung the white bone club and smashed down a few times. Ancestor Crocodile was on the verge of death. He fell to the ground and transformed into his true form. The old saint lifted him up like a dead fish. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He simply didn't dare to believe his own eyes. Ancestor Crocodile could definitely shatter an ancient star region and was omnipotent. Even the ancient bodhisattvas and Buddhas couldn't do anything to him. But now, he was in such a miserable state. At this moment, the old saint used his cultivation and magic power to start a fire. He then waved his hand at him and actually prepared to cut open this great crocodile's stomach and roast it on the fire. He was inviting him to enjoy the crocodile meat together.